Test 1 2. Testing 1 2.
So it is December 5th, 2023, and I will call the North Kingstown School Committee business meeting to order. The first item on the agenda is to convene into executive session pursuant to RIGL 42464, discussion of job performance, character, or physical or mental health of a person or persons, provided that such person or persons affected have been notified in writing and advised that they may require that discussion to be held in an open meeting pursuant to RIGL 42465A1, school committee representative to the NK Audit Committee and the NKSC member. And then item number 2, sessions pertaining to potential litigation / legal advice and collective bargaining pursuant to RIGL 42465A2. And number 3, discussions of any investigative proceedings regarding allegations of misconduct, either civil or criminal, pursuant to RIGL 42465A2 and 423-046 RILS and ACLU versus North Kingstown School District. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Can I get a second?
Second.
All's in favor? Okay, we'll do that.
Erin, that second item.
Okay, so we will reconvene into open session, and the first item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance, so if you're able, please join me. Okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Goodness,
We're going to have you come for every meeting.
That was really good. You must be in 5th grade. You've been practicing a long time?
Second.
You could have fooled me. Oh my goodness. Okay, well, the first item on the agenda is roll call. Jules?
Erin Earl.
Here.
Robert Case.
Here.
Jennifer Lima.
Here.
Thomas Bridie. Christine LaPierre.
Here.
Maggie Bush.
Here. Okay, thank you. And the calendar?
Monday, December 11th, joint meeting with the town, 7 p.m., 80 Boston Neck Road. Monday, December 18th, school committee business meeting, 6:30, Central Admin Conference Room. Subcommittee meetings, Wednesday, December 13th, Policy Subcommittee, 5 p.m. Central Admin. Wednesday, December 20th, DEI Subcommittee, 5:30 Central Admin. Tuesday, January 9th, CLAC Subcommittee, 6:45 North Kingstown Free Library. School committee office hours will be Wednesday, December 13th at 7 p.m. at Central Admin. And we will break for holiday recess December 25th through January 1st.
Okay, thank you. The first item on the agenda is Fishing Cove grade 2 students, and so I'll introduce, send it over to the principal to introduce.
Hello there. Good evening to everybody. It is an absolute pleasure and honor to be here at the school committee meeting tonight. I am here this evening with my amazing 2nd grade students, our music teacher, Miss Hall, our art teacher, Miss O'Donnell, and our 2 classroom teachers. We have Miss Thatcher and Miss Allison Shea. So, tonight we are here to share with you what we have been working on as a building, but it started for us as a district. So when we first began and we were at admin retreat this summer, we were introduced to developing our core values as leadership. It was a really powerful moment, and it captured me and said, that is something I want to make sure that we do at my building level. We had a school chant, we had a school song, we had PBIS, we had all of those things. We had a mission, our beliefs, but we didn't have our core values captured yet. And I said, that's what we need. We need to make that. And so as a team, our first day as a staff, we got together and we talked about what makes Fishing Cove special. And at that time, we put down on paper, we were in a whole bunch of groups, and they had to come up with the words that described us. After we went around and described it, everyone visited each other's posters, and they had to check off, if they didn't come up with that word themselves but really agreed with it, they would put a little check mark saying, I really support that statement as well. I then collected all of that data and identified what our top core values were going to be as a building. And then we talked about, from there, how are we going to introduce that to our children? So we sat at our SIT meeting and said, what are our next steps with this, and how do we integrate it, that this is part of our everyday, and that this is something that we all believe, and we know that these are our non-negotiables. So we put together our core values, and we came up with that. The children and the teachers would actually, at our monthly assemblies, we would focus on one of our core values, and we would highlight what each classroom was doing and to highlight that core value. So here are our Fishing Cove core values. We believe in positive relationships. We believe that it's important that an elementary school be fun and joyful. We believe in collaboration, that everyone works together and supports each other. We believe in inclusivity, which means that we welcome everyone. And lastly, we believe in respect. And when we talked about respect, for us, it was really important that everybody understood that respect was at both levels. That the children get respect from the adults, but we respect the children. And it's a back and forth. And that was really important to us, that they understood that they always have a voice and a choice in what they do in our building. So here, and then our last one, of course, is learning focus. You can't forget the last one, because all of this is what makes a great school. And so these are our core values. We've taught them to the children, and we are working on them monthly and introducing them. So we started off with positive relationships. We then moved into inclusivity, and that tonight is what we're going to be sharing with you, is what we've done with inclusivity. So here's just a little welcome. Every day we start with a smile and welcome every child off the bus. So they're very used to seeing my face every morning. And then at this point, what I'd like to do is invite the children up with Miss Hall and Miss O'Donnell. And this is, I'll let Michelle actually take a little bit of this. So Michelle, I'll let you introduce how this came to be.
So boys and girls, as you get into your standing order as if you're facing me. So Charlie will be on this side. Lainey, you're going to be up front. Ellie, you're exactly in the right spot. So you should have 2 rows.
You good?
Let's see. How about right over here, maybe?
Perfect.
Does that sound good?
I think they can go back.
Up, girls, step forward 1 step.
There we go.
Your arm
Perfect.
down in front of you. All right. So, good evening, everyone. My name is Michelle Hall. If I haven't met you, I am the music teacher at Fishing Cove and Forest Park Elementary School. I have the privilege of working with these children every day, and I feel very, very fortunate. First day we all came together as a staff, Dr. Duva talked about belonging, and I can't get it out of my head. It's been in my head ever since. What does it mean to belong? Belonging, and he quoted, there was a great quote, and I don't have it word for word, but it was something about belonging is like being something, you belong to something bigger than yourself. And so I thought, that's our school. That's what our community is all about. So at each assembly, I tried to tie in a piece of children's literature that focuses on our core value, and then the children do something musically with it. And that's kind of how this came to be. So the first thing we're going to share with you tonight is our inclusivity chant. Boys and girls, are you ready? I'm just going to come up and help you. I stand here. Am I in your way? Okay. Are you guys ready? Eyes on me. 2 times inclusivity, and here we go.
Inclusivity, inclusivity. I welcome you, you welcome me. Inclusivity, inclusivity, inclusivity. I welcome you, you welcome me. Inclusivity. Together we are stronger, together we will shine. Building a community, one day at a time. Inclusivity, inclusivity. I welcome you, you welcome me. Inclusivity.
And that is actually something we do school-wide. So every child has learned this chant, and everyone does it too. So at our monthly assembly, there's different ones, and this was the focus for the last one. And then every teacher and classroom is asked to capture, how does your classroom show inclusivity? And so they each make a slide, and then they have some captions about how we successfully do it in our building. And so these are just a few examples. They are done by every class from pre-K to grade 5. This is in Miss Mayman's pre-K classroom where everyone is special, and she's just highlighting all of the students in her inclusion pre-K working together and supporting each other and playing. In Miss Saralina's pre-K classroom, they play together, and they also have buddies in 4th grade. So there are 4th grade buddies that come down, and they read to them. They take them on nature walks outside, and they are just their support system and helping them to grow their language and just have a good time together. So that's the 4th grade buddies that works with Miss Saralina's room. And then in Miss Corbin's room, this is the way they decided to capture it. They wanted to talk about how they do it. So it's by playing together, by sharing, by reading books together, or reading books about belonging, and then working together. So these are just examples of how they felt that they captured inclusivity. In Miss Ferry's room, you can actually see again that this is them reading with their, actually this is a kindergarten classroom that this group is paired with. And so they are reading to their kindergarten buddies and supporting them with them learning their reading and their letters. So at this stage, it's the fourth graders doing most of the reading, but by the end of the year, the kindergartners will actually be reading to them. And in grade 5, you can see fifth graders communicate friendship even if they can't speak the same language. So these two children are speaking together. One of these children speaks Chinese. They actually communicate with each other through Google Translate, and it's a very cool thing to watch them do with each other. And when she comes back to class, if she's gone out to get some supports for her English language learning, the other children will make sure that she's caught up with what she's missed, which is just outstanding. And she does typically sit next to a buddy, and that buddy always helps her out. In Miss Armstrong's class, there was lots of different ways that they were highlighting it. One of the ways was our little friend Hannah in the middle decided that she wanted to play Capture the Flag, which they play during PE time. And she said, if we're going to be doing this, we're not doing this just a few people. I want to invite the whole class. So she invited the whole class to Wilson Park, and they all went to Wilson Park, and they played Capture the Flag together. And it's just a way that we try to teach them that all are welcome and that we are respectful and kind to everyone. And you can see here that Ollie was sharing his love of Wings of Fire, so a favorite book of his and some things that he likes, and just sharing things that make them different and unique, but special. And in library media class, we talked about how we read books that represent us, so making sure that we see books that the characters represent who we are, or stories that connect with who we are and how our families are. So if we're a part of a blended family, we might see stories about being blended. If we've maybe gone through divorce, there might be books that support divorce. So books that help our children to see themselves as the characters and in their different ethnicities and diversity. And here we are in art. I am going to let Miss O'Donnell share a little bit about this.
Thank you. So my name is Morgan O'Donnell, for those of you who have not met me yet. I'm very happy to be here tonight. I just wanted to say, before I share what we did in art that connects to inclusivity, I don't know if you noticed, but the students sitting here watching the slideshow are so excited. We're pointing out, and then that's that person, that's that person. I think that's the best part about doing this, because that's how it is when we come together as a school, and they're all in there at our little town hall meeting that we have, and they're all looking, and they're all pointing out, and they're so excited to share how they include each other, and they're excited to share what they're doing, and it's just awesome to see. So, in art class, what we did is we did a very fun project where we make a self-portrait, but it's a little bit of a silly self-portrait. And we learn about blending colors and mixing and making the secondary colors from the primary colors. And we learn more about our geometric shapes, our shapes that follow rules. But we also learned about an artist, and that artist's name is Todd Parr. And we read a book by Todd Parr titled Be Who You Are. We talked about that book, we listened to that book. We did talk about Todd Parr's characters and how he draws them, because that was our inspiration for how we were going to make our portraits. But we also really focused on this one last page in the book that says, it doesn't matter what color you are, where you are from, or who's in your family. Everyone needs to be loved. Always love yourself and be who you are. The end. Love, Todd. And we talked about that for a little while, and we were thinking about how we can be inclusive with each other, and we talked about how we could make our portraits unique to ourselves and how we could make them something that's exciting and fun and maybe a little bit silly. And they were just in there, they were working on this for so long, and they already showed each other all their artwork, and they just got back in there and they were like, oh my gosh, did you see what I did on this one? And they were so excited to show each other. So I know they're just as excited to show you. So my friends, can you pick up your artwork and just stand up where you are and show everybody with the wonderful self-portraits that you made? Back row, hold them up really high, up above your head. Turn them to the crowd. Let the crowd see. This way. Let them see. Turn to the far right. All the way that way. All the way that way. Spin. I know, I'm making you dance now. Thank you so much, my friends. All right, you may sit down again right in your spot. Put your artwork down. And then I think I'm going to turn to Mrs. Hall. Maybe.
So I'm going to read a little bit because I don't want to miss anything. As a teacher, you have the ordinary or typical days, and then you have the magical moments. Magical moments are those lessons where everything seems to be ordinary until something very special happens, and then it becomes magical. During class on a random Monday afternoon, a student raised his hand and asked if we could share the song we were currently working on at our next school assembly. The song was Puff the Magic Dragon. The story tells of a lonely boy named Jackie Paper who creates an imaginary friend called Puff the Magic Dragon. The two go on all sorts of adventures until Jackie starts to grow up and Puff is left sad and alone. But do not fret, for the story comes full circle as Jackie Paper, now grown up, shares the story of Puff the Magic Dragon with his daughter, and a beautiful friendship begins again. I had noticed one of my students signing parts of the song as we were singing. It was so beautiful watching her tell the story with her hands, and I asked her if she'd be willing to share this with the class. She agreed. The students were mesmerized. Lainey then agreed to share her song with the school at our next assembly. These magical moments are rare, but oh so beautiful. I would like to present the students from Mrs. Thatcher's second grade class to share with you our song, Puff the Magic Dragon. Boys and girls, please stand.
Get in the picture. Get in the picture. Michelle, get in the picture. We'll go behind.
Oh my goodness, those are so good. Is this what, can you do dragon again? I liked that one. Oh my gosh, so cool.
So beautiful. All right, you guys ready? Where are we focused?
Okay, we're here, we'll go here.
You guys ready to say cheese?
Hold on, wait. We were on video, it didn't go well. Okay. Very cute. And then put one maybe with your pictures down.
Yeah, pictures
So
down.
you see everybody.
There you go.
All right, amazing. You did such a good job. Thank you so much.
So before, boys and girls, before you walk out, hold on 1 second. Hold on. So I just want to say thank you for coming here tonight and sharing the amazing work that you're doing at your school. That song was beautiful, and you did an excellent job signing. It was very special. And I know that Mrs. Laughlin and Mrs. Hall and
Miss O'Donnell.
Miss O'Donnell, thank you. So Miss O'Donnell all talked about like belonging and the importance of that, and it is because it's important that at your school, that's your school, right? And you have that sense of belonging and making it special for you. And we can see tonight that that's what's happening. You talk about your values and the importance of you and being at school. Do you love Fishing Cove?
Yeah.
It sounds like it's a wonderful place to be because of what you're doing and building that community that you have there.
I have to
So-
say, this class, I don't mean to interrupt, this class as a whole is just like, they're like a family. Like, they come in every single day and it's like all for one and one for all. Like, nobody is ever without a partner for a game. Nobody is without, like, I don't know, it's just a really special, the whole school as a whole is just beautiful in that way, where everyone is just together and always includes one another. So it's beautiful to be able to share it with you guys.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for coming, especially at 7 o'clock at night. That's when we're hungry and whatnot. So thank you, and thank you families for bringing them. Oh, few.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
So thank you very much for having us.
They were wonderful.
It was an absolute pleasure sharing this with you. And have a good evening.
Thank you. I'll double check.
Wait.
Do you have any music?
Between you and Tom.
Oh, yeah.
We actually.
Listen, you know how I feel about this. I think there should be a.
Yeah, welcome to the.
Okay, Dr. Bruce, we'll sing, but then you and Dr. Earl have to do the interpretive dance.
Yeah, there you go. Of this.
I mean, I was.
You seem way too excited.
Bye, Elle. Thank you.
Over here.
All right, so I can officially say that this is the hardest act to follow I've ever had in my career.
100%. You want to just wait 1 second because I want the folks that are in the
Sure.
hallway to be able to come in to hear if they want.
Yep.
How's the temperature?
But yes, you're that. It's like following Beyonce.
Yeah.
No, it's not. It is not warm. That is bold-faced lie.
In here?
I'm chilly too, but I'm hearing warm, so.
I'm not warm.
I'm not. I'm honestly neutral.
You're also taking up
But then I'm usually. Yes, of course.
warmness.
Pam.
All right, we can take a
Yeah.
pulse in a little bit if you want the heat up. Or I can't turn it down. I can turn it up.
Voting for up, Christine.
I mean, now that all the bodies, it's just going to be cold.
I'm always cold, so like if I'm hot, then we have a problem. If I'm cold, like
It's
well,
chilly in here. Really?
Maggie, well,
It's not chilly. This is like a solid 5 degrees warmer than the school is every day.
That doesn't necessarily mean it's warm.
I'm having a I'm coming warm.
Yes.
really? Really?
Unless it's August.
It's a fresh air. There's constant air exchanges, so it's just always fresh air and then
Interesting.
It's crazy.
Okay, I think we're
Okay.
we're in and out. Thank you so much for shuffling around. We really appreciate it. And so the next item on the agenda is the strategic plan update, and so we'll turn it over to our assistant superintendent.
Thank you. Thank you. Like I said before, I think this is undoubtedly the hardest act I've ever had to follow. I will do my best, but really an amazing
Will Bob be playing the
display
guitar
and
for you?
performance from our kids. So we're going to talk today about the district strategic plan. So the presentation will look familiar because it's kind of a follow-up from the presentation that I gave back in the spring. And the reason I wanted to provide another update for you tonight is because we received some feedback. When we presented back in the spring, it was really still the development process, and we had to submit by June 1st. And then since then, we've received some feedback from RIDE, and we've taken some steps to address that feedback. And at this time, the plan is officially finalized. That does not mean, however, and I want to be clear about that the plan isn't still a fluid plan and can be a fluid plan. So as time goes along, obviously we're going to get feedback, we're going to get data, and we're going to be able to make adjustments as needed. But for RIDE's purposes, the plan has been finalized by them once they provided feedback and we responded. So moving along here, so essentially we're going to get into, again, similar to what we looked at in the spring, just some overview pieces about the expectations, the guide of the plan, the purpose, the format, and then getting into our priorities, goals, and initiatives, and any committee questions or feedback. So again, this just gives the foundation for the strategic plan from the Department of Education. Each LEA completes the strategic plan, and these are intended to be targeted plans with specific initiatives and action steps that will essentially connect the school and the activities, the resources, the budgets to the goals that we've demonstrated that we need. And so this is it's a guiding document in that respect. It will serve as a basis for many of our school improvement plans, and so it kind of filters down to that level, and it also will guide a lot of our professional development choices that we will be making. So again, the district report card, which is which is a guide for the plan in terms of the feedback we receive, and also the RIDE strategic plan, which they've identified and linked to. That those are much of what guides the plan. So that's where we draw a lot of the data from and information. So one of the things to note is that any school district with student achievement rates in ELA and math that are under 80% must be part of the plan. So at last check, we were 56% in ELA and 53% in math. Other areas of the plan are maybe flexible depending on school need, district need, data-driven decisions, so on and so forth. So we're going to get into that a little bit. So we will be using this plan to guide our discussion around improvement efforts. We're going to be using this to drive decision making. So when we have to make choices around resources, funding, budget decisions, the way we spend our time, things like that, this will be a guide for that. Obviously, creation of our school improvement plans, which in this at this time have been updated. And really just a focus of continuous improvement, of that cycle that you go through in terms of reflection and learning and conducting needs assessment and re-identifying goals as needed. Just a visual here of the continuous improvement process. Obviously what we just mentioned, the cycle of reflection and revision as needed, kind of constantly having those conversations, having those discussions around where we see our needs, what are the most critical points of leverage that we can look at, and making decisions accordingly. So you can see the format there. All right. Again, this is kind of what guided our process in creating the plan. Just as a reference, just to note, the plan itself that was finalized is a publicly available document. It is on the Department of Education. It is on our website, the district website, as well as the Department of Education website. All right, so that brings us to our actual North Kingstown strategic plan. We've identified 5 priorities. This changed a bit from back in the spring. We added an additional priority, which is closing achievement gaps, closing academic gaps, excuse me. And that was based on the feedback that we got from RIDE once we submitted our first draft. And so our priorities there: improving student academic outcomes, closing academic gaps, safe and supportive schools, vision of the graduate, and school facilities. So within our first priority, we've set 4 goals. The first goal under improving student academic outcomes has to do with ELA achievement growth, which we're targeting 6 to 8% over 3 years, as measured by our RICAST, PSAT, and SAT. The second goal has to do with math, the same percentage target and the same tests. Science is goal 3, as measured by the NGSA assessment, which is given a little differently than the first 2. It's given in grades 5, 8, and 11. And then finally, goal 4 under priority 1 is the multilingual learner English language proficiency growth, which we're targeting at 9 to 12% over 3 years, as measured by the access tests. Within this priority, our initiatives, and again, these are going to be fluid, so please understand that as the process goes along, we're going to be flexible and agile to things that we see as needs. But right now, we're looking at starting with the middle and high school vertical articulation. So we want to get those conversations going between our 2 middle schools and also our high school, looking at data, looking at curriculum, and analyzing that. Also looking at writing and core skills progression within our articulation, identification of strengths and gaps, with a primary emphasis in the ELA area on writing, as we saw that's a skill that we see a need for improvement in really across grade levels. At the secondary level in math, we're going to be doing a deep data dive into specifically our PSAT and SAT data, crossing that with our curriculum and seeing what kind of gaps we're seeing exist and what kind of actions we can take to make gains. Same thing in science with our NGSA data, which again will happen at both the middle school and high school level in the immediate. And then finally, for our multilingual learners, we're going to be looking at creating individual proficiency plans for our students, and also looking at the data of the access test to see what goals we can be setting reasonably for our students to demonstrate growth in that area. Priority 2 has to do with closing achievement gaps. And again, the feedback that we received on this was these were areas that were identified from our district report card as areas of focus. And that is where we drew the goals that we set for these areas. So goal 1 under this priority is students with disabilities, ELA achievement growth. We're setting a target at 12 to 15% over 3 years, as measured by RICAST, PSAT, and SAT. And the same goes for goal 2 in math around students with disabilities. This was identified as an area of growth that's needed, a significant gap that exists. So we're going to be doing a lot of in-depth work with our special educators, also of course all of our teachers, in looking at making sure that we are providing the supports and the interventions needed, the plans needed, the time needed for our students to reach their full potential in ELA and in math. And the third goal in this area has to do with our economically disadvantaged students and their graduation rates. We're looking for a 9% improvement over 3 years. This is identified as a gap in our feedback from the Department of Ed. And so our teams at both the high school and the 2 middle schools will be looking at data indicators that can be predictive in terms of graduation risk. And so they're going to be looking at that. They're going to be identifying students, identifying ways to intervene with families, ways to support, and ways to kind of, again, build that sense of belonging that we saw so wonderfully illustrated by our elementary school kids among some of our students who are maybe struggling in their secondary years. So I kind of just alluded to some of the initiatives here in both special education and in our graduation rate work. Priority 3 is our safe and supportive schools. For this, we're looking at North Kingstown students feeling connected to their school, as evidenced by a 9% increase in the social emotional favorability results on the survey work survey by the end of 2026. And so this was a basis of a lot of our work over the summer with our administrators, and we'll continue to make that a very careful point of emphasis. And then goal 3.2 has to do with chronic absenteeism, and we aim to decrease our rate of chronic absenteeism by 2 to 3% each year resulting in a rate of 11% or lower by the end of 2026. The initiatives here, we're looking to establish a continuum of social emotional learning supports across grade levels and school buildings. We're going to continue our work around diversity, equity, and inclusion, staff wellness, and also building-based attendance teams to look at data and to take steps to address chronic absenteeism. Priority 4 is the vision of the graduate. So we have established the vision of a graduate. The goal, I should say, is to establish a vision of a graduate for North Kingstown, which will include the identification of essential skills for all students, the establishment of grade level learning progressions, and also the alignment of performance-based assessments. So for this, we're looking at getting that work done. We're excited to start that work. We're really looking forward to our design team meeting, which is the first one will be taking place in just a little over a week. So establishing the consultation partnership, which we've done at this point. We're really excited to start that work. We've established our design team, and really the work now just comes down to really kind of rolling up our sleeves and looking at that those really essential skills, having really good, deep, rich conversations around what our students need and how we're going to provide them opportunities to show what they know in different ways, and how they're going to learning progressions will take place from the elementary on up through graduation, and that our performance assessments will be aligned in that work. Priority 5 is school facilities. So for this last priority, North Kingstown will determine a comprehensive vision for school facility upgrades that aligns with our vision for student learning. By June of 2027, the school department will complete the identified projects in the capital improvement plan, staying with an estimated budget of $200 million.
Can I just jump in?
You can.
We have a new capital improvement plan that we've created since we submitted this, so that budget line will be changing. We'll be reviewing that tonight.
Thank you.
Just wanted to mention that.
Yeah,
Yes.
so that makes sense.
Okay. All right. And for these initiatives, for priority 5, we're looking at the vision of the school facilities for 21st century learning, capital project development and prioritization, which we're going to talk about later, and the submittal of a stage 2 application and approval by the Elementary and Secondary Education Council. So that kind of concludes my remarks. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Yeah, thank you so much. You're welcome to stay at the Rubber if you're more comfortable, like
Sure, I'll come
whatever is more convenient for you. Because we have it here too, so if we need to reference it, and then we can always slip. Okay. So questions regarding the strategic plan report?
I have a few.
Sure, go ahead.
So, Rob, I know you and I had talked briefly about this today. I understand that the directive on where to focus came from our report card. Where are you, Rob? From RIDE.
Yep.
I do have concern over the fact that, based on the presentation we had last week, that, our biggest disparity in the subgroup is with our Black and African American students. And I understand that you all are aware of it also and are going to be focusing on it internally. But my concern is, without it being a part of our actual articulated, strategic plan, is that it's not going to be focused on, because that is what we're being kind of held to from RIDE standard.
Mm-hmm.
So I know you said that was finalized based on RIDE, but is there a way to incorporate that as part of it? Because if we don't make it a priority, my concern is that and I understand it is a priority, but if we don't make it a measurable priority, my concern is that it won't become one.
Yeah,
Does that
absolutely.
make sense?
No, it does. It does, and I agree with you. It is concerning, and I think that we're going to this is keep in mind, and again, and this is sometimes the timeline of things. Is that this is based on the report card data that we received last year. We will get updated report card data, and regardless of that, your point about Black and African American student performance is very much a concern. Before I go ahead and update the plan, I want to dig into it a little bit more, so we can set goals that are aligned and things that we know we can take appropriate action to actually get at the root cause and to make steps in the right direction.
Okay.
But I absolutely agree with you in terms of your concern. We share it.
Okay, awesome.
If I can just add timeline too, just so that everyone understands, the community understands. We have timelines and deadlines we have to meet for submitting reports to the Department of Education, and then we get assessment data later. So I just want to make sure everyone is aware too, not just here, but the communities, that we're always going to reflect on the data we receive. And we're always going to use that to help us make decisions for the school department and drive decisions and drive instruction. So even though the strategic plan had to be submitted, those goals will be continuing fluid. We're going to continue to be looking at those goals, those initiatives, the actions to make sure that we're focused on the students in front of us, the staff in front of us, the community in front of us, right? So it's not just this is a piece of paper that's kind of tucked away somewhere, right? This is a working document that's going to be adjusted as we progress with the district, with data we have, successes we have, needs we have. So I just want to make sure everyone understands that. Just, we're not just going to say what's there, right? And that's going to change as we go on.
Okay, great.
Go ahead, Jen.
So my other question was, well, I have a couple more. So at the beginning of the presentation, it says that if a district's rates are over 80%, that they don't have to include it. Just out of curiosity, are any districts' rates over 80%?
Not that I'm aware of.
I didn't think so.
Yeah.
I just wanted to,
Yeah.
I just
No.
was curious.
Yep.
So from the presentation in May to this presentation, the one in May, our goals were a 3 to 6% increase over 3 years, and now our goal is 6 to 8% increase over 3 years. What was the driver to change that?
Feedback.
Feedback
the
from
feedback
RIDE?
we received from RIDE. Yeah.
And
yeah.
is that, are we comfortable with that increase?
It's lofty. It is.
Aspirational.
It's lofty. Yeah, it's lofty.
Did they give some rationale, Rob, on why that number? Because that seems like a very, like some of them are very big, 9 to 12.
Well, yeah, it's like 2 to 3% a year is
Yeah.
kind of what they're looking at, like 2 to 3% a year. I think, yeah, it's a lofty goal. I think it's doable. I do. I think 2 to 3% a year is something that we can do. We're gonna work hard at it. We're gonna really focus a lot on curriculum alignment and how we can really provide students with excitement around learning. So much of it has to do with that. We're already getting started on the work now. We're obviously finishing up our elementary teachers, finishing up their right to read professional development, which is going to kind of carry them through the rest of this year. But our secondary teachers, we're going to make some good use of time the next 2 PD days we have to really have some good conversations around this. It's a lofty goal. It is, and I'm looking forward to the work.
And some of it too is looking at the data, right? So it's a 6 to 8% over 3 years, right? So it's each year you're looking somewhere 2 to 4%. But you also want to look at the data, right? And it's not just numbers. You want to know those numbers represent students, right? So who are the students? And looking at making that progress, you're looking at the students that, when you're looking at the data progress-wise, where are they? Those that are, nearly meeting proficiency, being proficient, exceeding, and look and say, okay, let's really look at who those students are, look at where they are, look at what we can do, look and really kind of understand what those needs are and focus instruction around that so that you're targeting with student learning goals to really push and move them and give them what they need so you get percentage of students moving. So in the end, you get that 2% increase each year, that 4% increase each year. It's a lot of work we have to do.
The ELL has a higher goal, and I'm wondering what the reason is for a higher growth for the area that's already lagging behind.
That kind of is the answer.
Okay.
They're lagging behind, so we do want to set a higher goal. We're right now this is a 1 for focus area in MLL. We'd like to move up from that, and that meeting that goal will get us there.
Is that realistic though? I mean, like, wouldn't it be? I mean, in my mind, like, I look at that, and I'm not an educator,
Mm-hmm.
so I'm trying to understand from a layperson's perspective. Like, if they are already behind, like, wouldn't it be more like of a accomplishment to at least see some progress instead of saying, oh, you didn't meet the standard yet again?
Well, just remember this: it's progress. Okay, that's what we're looking for. Okay, because we're going to meet kids where they are, especially our multilingual learners, because there's kids at different ages and at different stages of development in terms of their acquisition of the language. What we're going to do is we're going to meet them where they are, and we're going to aim for growth, and that's what we're hoping to really achieve is that growth that takes place. A lot of it's going to be a little bit dependent on the circumstances that each individual kid has. And again, there's all different research behind this in terms of the age of the student and the ability to acquire new language skills. But in reality, we had a very good meeting on Friday with our multilingual learner teachers throughout the district, and we had a good conversation about this. I think we have a good sort of collaborative plan moving forward for how we're going to celebrate these students and really make sure that like schools are acknowledging and celebrating the accomplishments of these students, and multilingual learners have such they have such so many things to offer schools and such a rich experience to offer, and it's really important, I think, that schools take time to acknowledge the experience that they're having, and I mean, a test is a test. It's a test. It's not everything. It's something, but it's not everything. But really, I think we can look at it as this can really be an opportunity to celebrate some of these diverse learners that we have in our schools.
Okay, awesome. And my last question is, so when we reviewed all the schools' SIP plans, they were all based on that goal that was established back in May. Do those, I know that they were being reworked anyways based on some other things, but do those, just the school level goals also have to be reworked based on these higher targets?
Yes.
Okay.
They do. Yes, and we've gone over that with the building principals.
Okay.
Yep.
And so are we going to be seeing revised versions of those, or?
I believe they've already done so. I could double check with that though. I know the school improvement teams have been meeting and so on and so forth, but I can double check on that.
And once the school improvement, each school's plans are completed and aligned to this, it'll be posted on their websites.
Okay.
So we don't. I mean, what we typically bring the district plan forward, right, to the school committee, and then the schools create their plans, and that's what they're working on at their school improvement team meetings, and those would be out there for the public on the website.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
I just had a couple of questions. So I know that this original plan had to be submitted to RIDE by June of, like last June, right? Is there any expectations from RIDE as far as annual reporting and when, like, as far as like kind of, or updates or anything like that? Like, it's obviously a 3-year plan, but like kind of, is there any?
So within the dashboard that we have to use, there's metrics that we have to put in. Some metrics are aligned to state assessment data that gets already uploaded into RIDE, and other metrics that are in there, metrics that we have created ourselves that we have to go in and update. So yes.
Yeah. So I was curious about, and if you don't know right now, because I know this is a new process, like when timeline wise
I don't
happens.
know the exact. Like when, but that is something we will have to.
Okay, that makes sense.
And so because some of it is aligned to district state assessment data,
that
won't get updated until
when it happens.
Right.
Yep, that makes sense. And then what my question was similar to Jen's, was about kind of what district, and I'll look it up on the dashboard, but kind of curious about what district did have the highest, because I know 80% is not anybody in Rhode Island is achieving that, so I was curious.
At our last presentation, we did kind of put some districts in there.
Yeah, I remember that, but that was just RICAS. This is taking in more data, so I'll check on that, but that was something I was curious about. And then also, I imagine that this conversation and some of these things that you all are working on now will come up during the budget conversation, right? And trying to align what we're doing with the budget and what we need to do with the budget to try to hit some of these, in my opinion, really lofty goals. Because I do believe in our students and I believe in the teachers of the district, but also like we're still in COVID learning recovery. We know ESSER funding is and all of those things. So
we're hitting the ESSER cliff. There are interventions that are written into the ESSER grants, as well as other positions that we need to consider of how we continue with those positions in our upcoming budget.
Yeah, so I think as you all are having conversations, thinking about like where are these goals for each year and what resources might be needed to get to a 2 or 3% growth, and what that looks like, especially knowing that we're losing some of the federal resources that we've had available to us. And then it was the same thing about the 12 and 15% with the note. And then just the last question was, how often is the social and emotional fear that assessment given to students? Is it annually? When does that happen?
So February.
There's a range. Yeah, there's they give a range. It's around February.
So survey works that comes out through RIDE.
Yep, and all students take it?
No, 3 through
12.
3 through 12. Thank you. I think that's it for me. Anything from you? Maggie, Christine? Anything? Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to our next item. citizens' comments. And so just as a reminder, pursuant to policy BE, during citizens' comments, it's expected that the committee and the public observe the following etiquette. Comments from the public are to be civil, courteous, and remain in the scope of the school committee. In consideration of those in attendance, it will be asked that comments are kept to 3-minute limit. And lastly, the school committee will recognize the citizens' comment portion of the agenda is for the public expression of their thoughts and concerns, and we as school committee members will refrain from interrupting speakers during their rights to comment. And any person who wishes to make public comment and voice their concern will be treated equally with dignity and respect, and that is from policy BE. And so I have 3 names today signed up. If anyone else would like to sign up, please do so, and we will have Lee come on up to the podium.
Do I say my name and address? Lee DeMazwick, 334 School Street. I'm here to advocate that we reintroduce the bond measure on the construction of the modernized middle schools. I will be writing to the town council and others to support additional funding to move forward with this project. We can't give up on this, but we also can't lose again. Because of that, I will also request that as part of any new additional funding comes an active degree of outside professional guidance so that funding will be used to facilitate effective project management and community engagement. We must, in good conscience, ensure that the money our town invests is stewarded and that the next vote ultimately proves successful. That requires significant and uncomfortable change for everyone, regardless of how they cast their vote. Our town spoke decisively. It's clear that there was no single issue that drove so many's decision to vote against the bond proposal. Some of our neighbors voted against the bond, frankly, because they felt manipulated or that there was something to be hidden by the propositions were joined. Others objected to the school being too large, a single school solution, the commute time for students and their families who live farther away from the Davisville location, the apparent extravagant nature of the proposed design, the overall cost or the timing of borrowing such a significant amount of money during this time of high bond rates. Other people I spoke with were concerned about the Wickford location, not having a certain plan going forward, and that our neighbors might be negatively impacted with the disposition of the building. We need to learn more about those reasons in a data-driven, academically unbiased way with broad distribution. Any proposal going forward must hear and respond to the many concerns of our neighbors and be substantially changed before another vote. And it must come to vote before the state matching funds expire. It would be a great disservice to let so many millions of dollars be left on the table. It's actually more fiscally responsible to invest in project management to get this done, even if that investment is significant. This is a financial decision, and it comes down to mathematics. The return on investment will be extremely positive if we receive many, many millions of dollars in state support. But if we spend that money, especially after all the money we already spent, it will be wholly unacceptable to lose again. Now, we need several things to be successful. We need actively seek out and engage the smart and talented people of our town who are not in this room, don't currently have kids in our schools, or aren't on Facebook. We need investment in tools technology. We need community, committee, and council members to effectively and actively embrace discomfort and demonstrate a growth mindset. We need accountability, and we need respectful candor and positive, constructive support from all of our neighbors, regardless of political affiliation or personal relationships. Thank you, everyone, for your time and dedication and hard work to this. Did I beat the timer?
There you go. Thank you. Okay, next up is Bill.
Bill Aquilante for Kimberly Court, North Providence, Rhode Island. Head coach of the girls softball team here in North Kingstown. Back when I was hired in March of 2022, myself and then athletic director Chris Cobain went out and we looked at the field that was there, and we had a vision to get this field built, to move back on campus for the benefit of all our student athletes. Here we are after countless hours on the phone, on site, having conversations with people. Looks like we're finally at a place where we can we can get this done. So I just want to thank everybody who was involved in getting this done, whether the parents, the athletes, to the staff here and the school committee for putting all the work in to make sure this gets done. My goal is not just to have a field on campus, but my goal is to have the best softball field in the state on the campus of North Kingstown High School. And with that, we respectfully request favorable action on this bid. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Pam.
Pam Pinero, 710 Slocum Road. I'm here tonight to talk about the bonds. I've watched and listened to several meetings lately where it seems like the biggest takeaway from our elected officials that there was so much misinformation out there and that the information wasn't clearly communicated. It seems that the belief is if these problems were fixed, then that would have made a difference with the bonds and changed the outcome. I am here to ask you to consider there was much more to it than that and less about misinformation and poor communication. For me, I didn't like the very little unwillingness to adjust or compromise from the plan throughout the process. I would have had more respect for the plan, less opposition, if I saw a willingness to make changes. Why has there been no discussion about a radically different bond? If this in this economy, why are we trying to do one huge bond to fix most of it? All of these problems did not occur with one decision. Why are we trying to fix everything with one decision? I also think tonight that we saw the benefits of a small community school in the presentation tonight. Why can't it be scaled way down? Why can't it at least be discussed to maybe just addressing one issue and make a small change? Or why can't we discuss postponing the bond while we give this new administration more time to stabilize the district, repair the trust, and come up with a plan that unites us all? In my opinion, there is a lack of diverse thoughts and ideas in this elected committee, which means limited debate, limited compromise, and limited bringing the district together. I was also disappointed that the survey to the public was radically changed from an easily calculated multiple choice survey to open-ended questions. It was insulting to me as a member of the public how the focus was on how you were so concerned about the public purposely skewing the results. Is that where we are at? The optics of this in light of the bond results is disconcerting. We really need leadership at this time to help bring compromise and consensus to our district. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak? Okay, that brings us to the end of our citizen comments. Kristen, can you pass that over to, we'll get over to you, Jules. Thank you so much. So next up on the agenda is the superintendent's report, and so we'll turn it over to Dr. Yuba.
Great, thank you very much. So I would like to start off with some recognitions this evening, and just be patient. I have a list of names that I would like to read off in recognizing some of our students at the middle school level and the high school level who recently auditioned for the All-State Music band and chorus. And we had many students that did audition. It was a few weeks ago. And I want to thank our music teachers at the middle school level and at the high school level for taking the time to share their talent with our students and giving them this opportunity. At Wickford Middle School, we have 4 students who have been selected for the All-State Band. They are Zoe Alcorn, who will play the bass for the Junior All-State Orchestra, Ariel Bassu for the flute, Emily Cordier, alto, and Sophia Levine, the violin. At Davisville Middle School, we also have 4 students who were selected for All-State Chorus. They are Annalise Cooney, Malia Cardos, James Maynard, and Jackson Singleton. At North Kingstown High School, we have 37 students who are accepted into the All-State Ensemble. That's for the band. 6 were ranked 3rd in the state, 5 were ranked 2nd in the state, and 5 were ranked 1st in the state. So that's a huge accomplishment for our high school, and congratulations to them, as well as Mrs. Silvera and Mrs. Caeza. The students at the high school who will be performing for All-State Music this year are Paige Barlow, Amanda Burkett, Braden Blanchett, Lillian Borkman, Sarah Boyne, Jack Charest, Ellie Clark, Jenna Clark, Victoria Cormier, Zachary DiBiase, Emma Donahue, Madison Donnelly, Carolina Estrella, Emily Foreman, Ian Glover, Abby Kilday, Sophia Jones, Luke Labriola, Rory Lang, Angela Lee, Layla Massera, Freya McGeoch, Liam McIntyre, Michael Mongo, Abby Murray, Quinn O'Connell, Julian Pinnell, Briley Raposa, Olivia Roback, Sandia Scott, Louis Starr, Ellis Stolaroff, Tiffany Tan, Jason Wall, and Evan Weiser. So congratulations to all of them. And I'm going to share this in my next district newsletter, because there's also notes in here for each of the students of what they're performing in and who received what, which I think is important to share. So.
Clap for that one.
Yes.
Thank you for sharing that. And congratulations to the students and their teachers.
Yes. So later in the spring, we'll hear more from them.
Yeah, literally.
Yes, yes. I just want to give another Title IX update. It's work that we're doing in the district. We are in winter sports. So this week, our athletic director worked with our consultant, Barton Gilman, to provide the training to our winter athletes. Happy to say that all of the training for the winter athletic teams was conducted between yesterday and today. So training has been provided to the boys and girls hockey, swim, wrestling, boys and girls basketball, boys and girls track, and as well as the cheerleaders. They also had their orientation on using the app, and that was very successful between yesterday and today in getting all of our students up on the app. We'll also send out information to our families to make sure that our parents know how to use the NKC Athletics app and how to sign in. So we'll get that information out to families as well. We continue with additional training for our administration. Recently, myself, our assistant superintendent, and human resource director participated in additional training, just kind of for going through the process of Title IX investigations. I participated in a decision maker training. So at this part, we are completed with the training. We are wrapping things up with the consultants from Barton Gilman on a website, which we're hoping next week we will be able to put that out. I don't want to hold us to that date, but we're just waiting for a few more things of FAQs and flow charts that we're going to put together. But I know Mr. Warderman's been working with them, and the website design and all that is up there. It's just a few more documents. All of our forms will be there. It'll be a one place to go to for all of this information for our community. And once that's done, we will share that out with everyone. Another thing I want to mention, I just want to talk about curriculum. I feel like that's so important that we talk about what we're doing in the schools. And over the past few weeks, Mr. Mezzanotte and our curriculum director, Dr. Clark, and the principals have been doing walkthroughs at our elementary schools, looking at our foundations program, looking at the ELA program. We have some work at the middle schools we're doing. And I just want to stress the importance of the work that's happening right now, because it's so important that we're, as administrators, we're seeing what's happening in the classroom and providing feedback, and that feedback's really important to give to our teachers, and it's feedback so we can support them, right? We want to make sure that this is a supportive role that we're providing to them as these walkthroughs happen, and looking at instruction and implementation of the curriculum that we have, because we know in the end it's going to help the teachers with what they need to teach and the students to learn. Next item I just want to bring to the attention of our committee and community. I know everyone's been asking, when is the read-only access going to be provided to the town? Mr. Mollis and I have been discussing that and working on when that will happen. We've decided as January as a timeline for that to take place, to have the read-only access for the town with our budget.
Town finance.
And the town, yes, the town finance, yes, the town finance, yes, the town finance.
Not the town.
No. The town, as we're talking, is the town finance director has the read-only access to the budget, and that's something we're working on too. Just the relationship between the school and town, myself, Mr. Mollis, Mrs. Phoenix, who's our controller, and Mrs. Bridgham, the town finance director, meeting and really working closely together. I think that's a positive relationship that has started, and we're going to continue moving forward. We had the first audit committee meeting that was November 28th last week, and that was the first meeting, just bringing the committee together. I attended along with Mrs. Phoenix, our controller, and Mr. Mollis was there as town representative. That meeting was really just to get a progress update from the auditor that's the town and school have hired to go through the audit. We're in the process of completing that audit. Progress-wise, looks good at where we are right now. As of that meeting, they were wrapping everything up on the town side. They were working on the school side with the field work and reporting and going through files. So as of that meeting, we're making progress to have the audit completed by the end of January. And there aren't any concerns right now that would bring us to having to ask for an extension. We're making good progress there. We still have one seat available for the audit committee to have a school committee representative, and so we're in the process of that happening. And our next meeting, well, not ours, but the next meeting for the audit committee is scheduled for January 3rd. I think it was at 5 o'clock. And then the last item I have here on the superintendent's report is to give an update and overview on homeschooling numbers. It was asked of how many homeschool students we have. So you have those charts in front of you, and I'll just go through that data with you of what I did pull. So in looking at the homeschool data, I thought it was important that we look at the number of students that are homeschooled in our district over the past maybe 6 years, especially with COVID, because we know during that time across the state we saw an increase in homeschooling because of the situation we were in, and families deciding to keep their children home instead of being in the schools, and we all know that was very understandable at that time. So our number is going back to the 18-19 school year. In the district K through 12, we had 76 students that were homeschooled. In the 19-20 school year, we had 77, so that was pretty much right there around the same. And then in 2021, that was the year with COVID. That was the school year we returned. We had 122 students across the district that were receiving homeschool instruction. And then the following year, it went down. For the 21-22 school year to 99, the 22-23 school year at 98, pretty stable. But what we also saw is after that, homeschooling seemed to become more of a popular choice because during COVID, the field of education changed with options and how we educate students, and more families started choosing homeschool. That was something that was seen across the state. So it didn't go back down as low as where it was pre-COVID. It was in that 99, 98 range. And then this year we've seen an increase. An increase enough that it's something, okay, we need to look at this. Why? And we currently have 135 students in the district homeschooled. And when I went through the data and breaking it down to see, okay, where is that increase? We see the increase is at the high school. So I've been meeting with the high school principal. We're going to meet with the guidance counselor to look and see why that there's been an increase. There was an increase from last year, sophomores to juniors and juniors to seniors. And to really dig into that to see what's the reason why. Because we want to know, is it something that we're doing? Is it something that's going on within the student body? So that's work we're going to continue working on. It's not an answer that we can just have within the few days of me gathering this data. But it is something that we're looking at because it's a data point that it has an increase from last year that stands out to us. Any questions about that information?
Yeah, thank you so much for putting this together, Ken. I greatly appreciate it, and I think to your point, like the data definitely shows some trends that we want to look into, and obviously, families do have this choice, but it's more just trying to understand a little bit more, especially when we're seeing some increases. So I really appreciate it.
And when you look at this year, especially starting in grade 2, you can see that there was a little bit of increase. 1 or 2 kids at the elementary grades, middle school is a little bit more, but high school is where we've seen the biggest increase.
You also have to track, like, if you're looking at the 23-24 numbers, like those students become the next, like they become the next grade, and so it's not, like you have to kind of look at it because it's not the same students, obviously, and so.
So you look down on a diagonal.
Any questions from the committee?
I just one statement and one question. So,
Oh wait, sorry. Is that? Are you good with the superintendent report and a little bit of?
Oh yes, I'm sorry. Yes, yep. That was the.
Okay.
Yep, that was the last item.
All right, perfect. So I'll open up to questions on anything that was presented in Kevin's superintendent report.
okay, so this was on the homeschool. So I'm sure everybody saw the recent article, I think it was in the Globe, that said Rhode Island's seeing like a 60% increase over 3 years in homeschooling. So we're only at around 44% over that 3-year average, which is right in line with what the largest secular homeschooling organization in Rhode Island is saying. They're claiming there's a 40% increase, which is we're right around that. But like you said, we're having the largest bump up this year since COVID, and that junior year this year is the largest number we've ever had in a year. So I would be curious to know, and I know you're looking into it, kind of like what is it with that particular, like what's going on there? Because it's you know a big jump, and it is our largest number on that grid. So I appreciate the fact that you're looking into that.
Other questions or comments? Okay. Thank you so much, and we appreciate kind of the work that will be done by the administrators and the teachers to look at that, and then perhaps an update just in the future if there's anything of note. Thank you. Okay. Any other questions regarding the superintendent report? Okay. Great. So we'll move on to routine items. So can I get a motion? So I'll disclose that there were no votes taken today in the executive session, and can I get a motion to seal the executive session minutes?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Thank you so much. Okay, and then we'll move on to the consent agenda. Before we take a motion for that, is there anything that anyone would like to exempt from the consent agenda?
I'd like to do D 1, 2, and 3 separately.
Okay, so the whole thing.
Oh, no.
Well,
Yeah,
because
yes.
yes,
Okay.
no worries.
Yeah.
Okay, so well, no, not technically no, but so we'll. Can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda, just including B and C?
So moved.
Right, B, C, and E, I guess. Excuse me.
Yes.
So moved.
So moved.
Okay.
Yes.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, and then we'll go back to item D1. Can we get? I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Okay, and we'll open it up to discussion. Mike, I don't know if you want to.
I'm hopeful tonight that the third time is the charm, as they say. So, as I mentioned at our last meeting, when my recommendation was not to approve any of the awards, at that time we don't back out to bid. We did receive one bid in the amount of $125,000 that came in on time, and we were able to accept that bid. Just to remind folks, the previous 2 RFPs we had received a single bid within time that was just over $214,000. So we were able to accept this bid. Following the bid opening, we had a conversation with the owner of the company, who encouraged us to reach out. We were pretty frank as to what options do we have to bring this cost down even more. And his one suggestion was loud and clear. He said the mix, the infield mix that you're using, is the stuff that they use on professional baseball fields. It's not the stuff that they use on high school fields. So, and to his point, he said, call North Smithfield. So Bob Correnti and I called North Smithfield, where they're currently working on a project, and they're very happy. I talked with Dave Tober, who's a former professional baseball player. He absolutely agreed that a native infield mix is a high quality product, but not something you need. We don't need what they're putting on professional baseball fields. So with that said, I asked over the phone. We asked over the phone. What could that do to our price? And he indicated that it could get us, just swapping the materials, could get us very close to our original budget number. He was in a truck. We had a deadline, so he wasn't able to do any calculations, but he's confident. So what I'm asking for is a buffer. So your original approval was for $100,000. The architectural engineering, the septic, doing all that design work, figuring out the grades, would total $16,000 with construction administration to ensure that the project is meeting the specs as bid. leaving us with 84,000. My concern is without having a buffer, we could get really close to done, and I wouldn't want to have to make a last minute change. So the advantages we have, if approved tonight, they call dig safe tomorrow and start moving equipment, and weather dependent, as long as the weather cooperates, we don't get any hard quick freezes or real heavy consistent rain. He thinks he can have this wrapped up within 2 weeks. So my ask is to give us a buffer of $10,000 to be funded from the capital improvement reserve. So the 15% that we reserve from sports camps and
Gate receipts.
Gate receipts, thank you, because of course my computer it's a screensaver mode. The FY23 15% was just over $12,000. So I'm asking for a $10,000 buffer to be funded from that from those two areas.
So you just guaranteed a blizzard in like a week. Other than that.
I've been checking the forecast. As a skier, I've been checking the forecast. Unfortunately, it's looking warmer, not cooler.
Mike, wait, hold on one second. Is that anything else, or Dr. Dubra, anyone want to add?
I
anything?
completely support this. We went through that. I will say I also had conversations with parents regarding this and what we need to do to get this field done. I think we need to work together on this. I think the team deserves this. Committed to getting it done. We looked at funds. We looked at, how that 15% is being used. I have a strong belief that if we're taking 15% away from gate receipts and other funds within athletics that's bringing in profit, it should go back to the athletics, and that's a way that we can use those funds to get this project done.
Okay, thank you. Questions from the committee?
So I support this too. I just have two questions. So going back to my notes from when we originally approved the 100,000, that was to be for the field and for fencing. I don't see anything mentioned about fencing in here.
So fencing, I'm sorry, I thought I may have covered this. Sort of fencing cannot happen because it's a septic.
That's right. Okay, so I do remember that.
Yep.
So I just want to confirm: is there anything else that's going to be required to have this field ready to go in the spring, or is this it?
So cooperative weather.
Can't do anything about that.
Yep. So again, we need a window in order to get this done. We don't anticipate anything else. So this would be a field without foul poles. Again, we can't put a fence, so we can't put penetrations into the ground. So we were talking to Bob, and they run those foul lines as far as we can. There was a concern that I had early on about the tennis courts there, but I guess by code, the distance away from the home plate is far enough. I do want to put it out there. It could be something we should consider in the future. I do, with home plate right there and the tennis courts. I'm not sure if it's boys or girls tennis, but one of the tennis teams plays in the fall, the other plays in the spring. So there will be folks in the tennis court, but by code, we're far enough away.
Because I'm hearing, and again, I support this, I want that clear, I'm hearing $100,000 to throw some dirt on the ground, oversimplifying things, and I'm hearing I want the best softball field in the state, and those are two very different things. So I just want to throw that out onto the table to make sure that we're all on the same page, which I think is very different.
So some things that cannot be addressed is there's a height difference between home plate and center field that we can't adjust for. What we can adjust for is if I'm standing at home plate, there's a curvature to the field that we can grade out. What we can't offset is, I believe it's between 18 and 24 inch height difference between home plate and where the center field person would be. That is septic related curvature, but the infield would be level or flat. There would still be a slight rise over the distance, but it would be.
And that's being addressed with this work?
What's not being addressed is the.
But what you just said.
Yes,
okay.
yes.
What about
what we don't want.
And things like that?
What we don't want to have happen is, I liken it to golf, right? If you hit a ball, let's take all the spin out of it. You hit a ball straight. We want the ball to go straight. It shouldn't like you're on the golf green, start fading off. So that's what we're hoping to address. Now it might slow down a tiny bit because it's going to go uphill a little bit. That stuff we can't fix, but we want it to go straight.
Okay. All right, I'm seeing the softball players. They're going to hit it farther than what you're saying. That's
Mhm.
what I'm feeling.
And
Although I know we have a pitcher in the audience.
Where will people who are using the field, players, coaches, spectators, go to the bathroom?
So I do know that there are, at least in the fall, there are I call them porta potties. Is that the acceptable
Portable
name?
toilets?
Portable, yes.
Would
There
be
are
the
portable
official name, I
bathrooms
think?
out there.
Yeah.
Where are they?
They were right over by the tennis courts.
Okay.
Couldn't we also open
But
up
don't
a
they play
gate
in
to
the
the
spring?
stadium?
I was going to say, I believe that we also unlocked the stadium for after school events.
It sounds like what Ms. Lima's getting at is she's trying to help us think through, are there going to be like short term, we don't want to put all this money in and then in 6 months, a year, be like, oh, we put all this money in and now we need more money for a thing because we realize the tennis players are at risk, or that we actually did need a fence, or that whatever we put in the ground, the material didn't actually do what we needed to. So I think like it's just being thoughtful about like the whole project, as we didn't really do like a full plan on this because we know we have limited funding. And so I think it's just, I hear your concern, Jen, about like making sure that we're really investing money into something that's going to actually work, and that we're not going to be back here in 6 months and a year thinking about what do we need. And I know we can't predict the future or whatever, but trying to make sure that we've thought through those things.
So I will say the safety netting could
Yeah,
be something we're back here to
Do we have a
address.
sense about how much a safety net might cost?
Through my conversation was about $200 a linear foot. Does that sound about right? Because you would need something at a good height.
Yep. I couldn't even, that answers nothing, but
Yeah,
okay.
I'm like,
Thank
so
you for
is it
trying.
1 linear feet? Is
Yeah.
it like 200?
So,
How
so,
many?
so, so I'm gonna phone a friend.
It's
here.
fine.
First
Softball
base, home, is it 60 feet, 90 feet?
60 feet.
60 feet. So, and our tennis courts go
If you
for.
move the...
Yeah, if you can come to the mic, you're welcome to.
It's
fine.
honestly got it turned.
No, you're welcome.
If you move the home plate back, like
Can you just say again for the?
my name,
Yeah.
Bill Aquilante.
Thank you.
You know my address.
No, it's okay. Just
Okay.
stop.
If you move home plate back a little bit, you're not going to have the trajectory of the foul balls going onto the tennis court. Okay, right now that home plate where it used to be on the old field is about 27 feet from the backstop. Traditionally, you want to be between 17 and 20 feet, so you can add some space. Not only that'll the backstop will absorb the trajectory of the foul balls, but you'll also open up some space in the outfield where you won't have to deal with any of the septic. So that's okay.
Well, while you're here, just a quick question about the potential change in the. Thank you, Phil. That they were talking about.
Yeah.
I know they talked to Tober, who played baseball, but as far as a softball perspective, do you agree that?
Yeah, we don't need a college level.
Okay.
If you're gonna go with a collegiate or professional level clay, you're gonna need constant watering, constant service. If you go with a regular clay they use in most of the high school fields, you can get through it. You can basically take care of it with some moderate watering, But the fields you see, like for the University of Alabama, those fields that's the top level clay, professional clay, and that needs constant attention by a professional.
And maybe I could just make a suggestion too, like, I think we're leading to having this approved and move forward. I just make the suggestion that as the softball coach that you're consulted on this, and I know
Yeah.
there's other parents as well.
Yeah.
I think it's important that they are consulted and a meeting is held, because I think together more can get done, and really think about what needs to be done and taking in those recommendations.
Yeah, at the end of all of this, I'd like the end user to be happy with
Yes.
what we're doing.
Yes.
Thank you. You can.
Great, thank you. Appreciate it.
Mike, one other question, or two questions, sorry, about the bid, and then not to berate this by any means. So the bid itself is a little, I couldn't quite understand exactly, like, the math wasn't mathing, as I say sometimes. Like, no, I guess the scope is a good way to say it.
So
Like, can you?
it was based off of drawings that were done, calculations that were done.
Yeah. And
So-
that was
so
part
tho-
of their RFP?
That was part of the RFP package.
Yeah.
That wasn't necessarily part of their submittal.
Okay, so there were drawings, and then that's where those numbers came from.
Mm-hmm.
And so is that the cubic, so you're saying that the cost savings to get us from what I'm looking at 125 to down to what you think could be done for 110? The difference there is by using a different base number for the per cubic yard thing?
The owner of Yardworks estimated at approximately 1/3 of the cost.
Okay.
For materials. So the labor cost doesn't change, but the material cost is what changes.
I don't even see the labor cost on here.
It's not broken down.
Awesome. That's great. One other question I did notice the timeline on here was until that the company was guaranteeing completion by June of 2024, and we know that. I know you said verbally that they said it would be sooner than that, but I just wanted to reiterate my point of if this project is not completed for the team to play this spring, that I would very much like to see alternative plans for somewhere else for them to play that's suitable. Because I very clearly remember the comment from the student about how it's affecting their potential long-term playability at college and different things with their stats and
Mr.
whatnot.
Tobin and I
So-
have already had a conversation about that from the last meeting, so
Yeah.
we know that is something that, there needs to be a plan, but I think, once this is, be optimistic, once this is approved tonight, Mr. Morgan can have a conversation with the contractor vendor tomorrow and get things moving, and we can ask for something in writing as well, that this is getting done within, we said, the next few weeks. So.
I'm leaning towards approving the bid, but I'm not feeling confident about approving the additional funding at this point. But maybe once the bid is approved and we go forward
Can
and
I ask why? Because I think that's going to just set us off. So
yeah, I mean, I don't have like, I just don't understand where the savings are coming from. I don't understand.
So we explained that it's coming from the 15%.
Yeah, I guess. Sorry, excuse me. Sorry, I don't have any documentation of it. I guess. Like, I just don't.
So it is possible.
I'm seeing a bid that says $125,000, so I go with what the documentation is. It's $125,000. I'm not approving $125,000.
So it is possible. So right now, the reason they're able to take this job is because their North Smithfield job has just wrapped up. If we bring, it is entirely possible that in the next 2 weeks they could pick up another job, which could set us off. So
No, I'll approve it, but I'm just. If you need more than $100,000, we can. I'm not willing to.
We may have to stop work then, because it is entirely possible that this project could be wrapped up by our next meeting.
And we do have the money. I mean, we do have the 15% from the gate receipts from sports camps. It's there. We reviewed it with our controller. The money is there. I would not put something forward to you if that wasn't there. So I hope you can trust me on that.
Mm-hmm. No, I definitely trust that. I just, in the past conversations, like we were really, really clear about what we were willing to do, and I'm seeing a number that's well above that, and so I'm worried today that we're going to approve, $110,000, and then at the next meeting, you're going to come back and be like, actually it's 130, or 140, and we're going to have our hands tied to finish the project because it's important to do so, but I am concerned about the fiscal impact about it, and the fact that the bid came in $25,000 more than what we had asked, and that I don't have any documentation from the people saying any different than that. And I trust you very much. I know that you would not bring information there. I just want to share my concern, at least, part of the conversation.
So I looked at the last CIP, not the CIP, the general reserve, that thing, to make sure that there was the money in the
tickets and whatever.
Yeah, and it doesn't break it down by sport, so I'm assuming that you confirmed that there is the $12,000 from softball, and we're not pilfering it from soccer or anything like that. So I do know that we do have the money in there, but
no, so that 15%, right, comes from all of the gate receipts. It's not just from one team. It all goes to a bucket, right, and it goes into the capital. And my last conversation with Mr. Tilber and with Mrs. Phoenix and reviewing that, I said, if we're taking 15% out of athletics, gate receipts, then that should be going towards athletics, not an elementary school. Because we're taking it away from the cost of the profit that we're taking in, so it should go towards capital improvement for athletics itself.
So that line item in the...
so what we have in there, it's the combined...
And so that number that we have in there is actually greater than $12,000.
So that 15%, that 12,000 number is just sports camps for FY23. So we just looked at last year, FY23 for sports camps and gate receipts. we didn't look at FY 22, 21 for,
Yeah.
was it 2018, 19 we started collecting the
I don't know,
15%?
there's like, when I looked, there was like $33,000 in that.
Line.
Yeah, so we're just looking at those two categories, so not what happens in the auditorium, it's just,
This was just the
Okay.
sports enterprise
Yeah.
fund.
Okay.
There was $33,000 in
Yep.
there. So if you're saying you don't care what sport it came from, for lack of a better term, then there's about $33,000 in there total. I don't know what year it came from if you're breaking it down.
And so we're talking about taking about a third of it
Yes.
towards this project,
Yes.
with the anticipation of.
I'm gonna-
that it's not
And
gonna be
then
wasted.
I'm gonna work to not use any of it.
And then
Yeah.
this year, we'll have additional money going in there from the gate rates from
Yep.
this year because of FY 24. So.
Yep, fine. And I heard Mr. Waterman say that he's gonna try to stick to that $100,000, but that this is the kind of just in case, so that we can get the project done. Okay. I'm ready. Any further discussion?
So just to double check, the rise in the field, it's going to be a regulation field. We follow all regulations, and there's no safety concerns or issues for players with this rise that we can't fix and the curvature of the field that we can't fix. And there seems to be a lot of things we can't do.
Right.
I just want to make sure that it's acceptable to everybody and it's not going to come down the road saying, no, we can't use this now.
No, so I have not heard any, I've been pretty clear that that is the one issue we can't fix because it's on a septic field. From walking a number of other fields, I know that there are fields that are not perfectly flat and straight all the way out.
Okay.
Yeah, I think to Rob's point, we heard very clearly from the players in the past that safety, needs to be our utmost priority, and that, the work that we're doing needs to provide a not only like a regulation field for them, but really most importantly a safe field for them. So, all right. Any further discussion? All right, I will call the question again. We have I'm sorry. I'll amend my motion. No, I would withdraw my motion. And I will present a new motion to approve the RFP and additional $10,000 if needed to complete the softball field project.
I'll second.
Okay. Any discussion on that? So again, just to clarify, we'll approve this RFP to go to Yardworks and then the additional funds if needed, but with the hopes of not needing it. Okay. With safety and all the things we talked about. Okay, any further discussion? Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries unanimously. Softball humans, you may leave. I'd like to throw out a first pitch at some point. Just remember that. I did play shortstop though. No. So remember that too. No. And please feel free to go if you need. I know you have schedules and whatnot, and it's late. So okay, moving on to the next agenda item. Where are we? Yeah. Okay, so I'll make a motion to award the RFP for schools psychology services.
Second.
Okay, and we'll open up discussion. I'll turn it over to Ken or Delegate if you want to say anything
Yeah,
about
no,
that.
I just, so this goes back from early on in the year where we had the ESS services, right?
ESS company.
services,
Yep.
yes. And we were looking out to bid, we were trying to hire as many of our own staff as we could, and that we, if we did, and then we had two positions that was still open, and we worked with Dr. Santo, who's our new Director of People Personnel, on staffing and all, and we redid the RFP of what we need for clinical services, and that's what we have. So we do have two different vendors. So we are recommending that we use school psychology services as well as clinical consulting services. And they'll each provide services for the positions that we couldn't fill for the clinical services for the district.
Okay, thank you. Questions or comments from the committee?
So I was just hoping that maybe you could give a brief description of what the service model would look like, how many students are going to be served, like that type of thing.
So I don't have exactly how many students will be served, but they will be providing the psychological, clinical services for testing, for any type of meeting with students. Our goal is to use our current staffing for the direct services to students, and have the school psychology services and clinical consulting services assist with any testing and additional services.
Okay.
So no mid-year, to clarify what you said, no mid-year changes to, like, who students are meeting with, talking to, anything like that?
That shouldn't happen.
Yep.
Okay.
Just wanted to, and again, obviously, I defer to the team and what's best for the students, but just wanted to understand a little bit better, so thank you for clarifying that. Any other questions from the committee?
And the clinical consulting, we have like what some of that work will be doing of consulting and FDAs and testing.
Okay. Ken, I'm sure it's in here, but can you just clarify the timeline for me? Like, this goes till end of school year?
This is through the end of the school year.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Any further questions? Okay. Hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor of approving the RFPs for school psychology services and clinical consulting services, please say aye.
Okay.
Okay. Carries unanimously, and then we'll go on to the next one. I'll make a motion to approve the RFP for. Is it? Sorry, wait. Did we just do 2 and 3 together?
We just did 2 and 3 together.
Yes. Never mind. Is the committee amenable to that?
Yes.
Okay, great. Good job. Okay, so we'll move on to. So that brings us to the end of our exempted items from the consent agenda, and so we'll move on to subcommittee reports. So the first report is the policy subcommittee, and I'll turn it over to Ms. Lima.
So at the November 27th meeting, the policy subcommittee continued to discuss the drug and alcohol and teen dating policies. JICH, which is the drug and alcohol policy, has not been revised since 2012, and a lot has changed in the way substance misuse is approached from a treatment and a prevention standpoint. So we want to ensure we're following current best practices. Administration is going to review and bring forward to the next policy meeting their proposal based on the existing policy, what is in JICHR, and their conversations with building leaders and the athletic director. JBA, which is the teen dating policy, needs additional revisions to narrow down the focus to dating violence only, ensuring the definitions are in line with the state statute, clarifying the reporting responsibilities for the staff, and including any forms or charts that are records of JBAR. The working red line version will be updated to reflect the changes discussed. These policies, as well as the transgender student policy, will be on the agenda for the next policy subcommittee meeting, which is scheduled for Wednesday, 12/13 at 5 p.m. at the Central Admin Building.
Thank you so much. Any questions regarding the policy subcommittee report? Okay, and then move on to the building subcommittee.
Yep. I'll start because I know we're going to talk about the CIP right after. But we met on Monday, November 27th. We spent the vast majority of the time going through the CIP plan in detail and an explanation of years that we wanted to complete projects and why we picked a certain plan for a certain way. And then there was a brief discussion about the bond, the future of the bond. We're kind of in a holding pattern here until we learn more from the town council and the legislature, and then with holidays coming up, things have kind of been put on hold a little bit. But that's it. And then I know we're going to talk about the CIP plan.
Okay, thank you so much. Any questions for the building subcommittee? Okay, here now we'll move on to unfinished business. So the first item is CIP, existing bond, and future bond. Just clarification, Ken, do you need an action on this, or is this just a discussion at this meeting?
So this is a discussion. We will need you to approve it because we're going to bring this to the asset management committee next week.
So we do need an action today. But you want us to approve it today?
Yeah,
right? That would be okay. So I'll make a motion to accept the CIP 5-year plan.
Second.
Okay. And so we'll open up to discussion, and I'll turn it over to Mike or Ken or whoever who wants, if you want to walk us through.
So we have presented this plan as as a complete plan. The start of it is a full 5-year look with all of our school buildings. This does not account for a new school building. There are also 2 projects that we're still collecting information on, one of which we may even be bringing to a future, to the next school committee meeting for approval. The 2 that aren't reflected in here yet, but we will need to add before we submit to RIDE as a stage 2. So we would get another approval once we get close to the stage 2. Includes the renovations to the D building to allow for CTE programming, and some work that will be required at the high school for the wastewater treatment facility. So we're still collecting information and reports on that, so we would include that in the future. So, but what you have in front of you this evening is a comprehensive package, all schools, broken down, so the views you have are broken down by areas. So the start of it is roofs. As you go further into the document, you can see we broke it down by fiscal year. And then the final approach, the final look was what I kind of labeled as the minimal plan. Like if we received minimal financing, so it would be broken down at $1 million per year, what projects would get done. And it's very simple. At $1 million a year for 5 years, we would tackle 2 large projects at Hamilton, which include the fire alarm system and the interior courtyard, CMU or brick/block work. And then we would target the high school roof. And that would carry us through $1 million per year over 5 years. So I'm not sure how detailed. Do you want, like, other questions? I'm going to guess people have looked at it. I mean, I'm happy. I think we spent an hour and a half on it at the building committee, so I don't know, like,
yeah,
so
that's great, Mike. And we did, obviously, I don't want you to go line by line. That's not necessary. I was curious about the building subcommittee and if they had any official recommendations that they voted on as far as this, or did they fully endorse this? I don't know what kind of, if you took any action at the building subcommittee level from an advisory standpoint to us.
So we did not do any votes. We just took feedback on the plan.
Perfect.
We reviewed the plan with everyone, and we incorporated any feedback from them. One thing that did come up was regarding bathrooms at the preschool level, because that was a large cost in there that we questioned the amount of money and the need to have to replace bathrooms at that level, that we didn't see that was something that had to get done at this time. So that was not in there from one of the drafts that we shared from the facility assessment.
Okay, thank you.
And we did focus on the 1s and 2s, but you'll see there are some 3, 4s, and 5s because they're related to the 1s and 2s and getting the work done.
as well as a few educational enhancements as well.
Yes. We talked about adding on a gymnasium at Forest Park in Fishing Cove, looking at library media centers at the elementary schools, so that's in there too.
Okay.
And it's renovations for the middle schools at this time. So you'll see that the total for the CIP over 5 years. So this includes escalation over each year is 406,656. And that's what it would be for just renovations. Like I said, we didn't include anything regarding the middle school with this because we're still having that conversation of what we're doing.
Right. Yeah. And the majority of these are needed renovations, not, like you were saying, educational.
Most of it is needed renovations, but there are some educational enhancements in there as well, such as gymnasiums at elementary schools that don't have it, updating all of the media centers at the elementary schools, middle school as well, and renovations that are needed at the high school.
Okay, questions or comments from the committee?
So, Mike, these projects that you just mentioned here that you're still waiting on information on that you're going to present to us after, since the asset management meeting is in like a week, those I'm guessing will not be part of what gets presented to them?
No, in those, we don't anticipate this time we would be seeking funding for in the next fiscal year.
Okay.
So with the Asset Commission, we're putting forward projects that would, for
Okay.
next year.
Okay.
We don't believe,
Okay.
now, when we get that wastewater treatment report, something could pop up in there, but as we
Okay.
sit here right now, we don't believe we're asking for money in next year's fiscal year. I don't believe.
Yeah, I mean, the work in the D building, so the work that we want to do at the D building is around ventilation, so we can have the mechanic CPE program there and work with electric boat. We're looking at, are there grants that we can use, are there any other funding we have to be able to get that work done? We would love to have it done, so that way, next year, it can happen for the next school year. That's a goal of ours, but we're still looking at where those funds and grants and how we can do that.
So when you go before them, of this list that's $112,000, if you're only talking about stuff that has to be done next year, have you identified what you're going to be asking for?
So this is the work, and if we're gonna be moving forward with, a bond, we need to decide, are we gonna do a bond that's just renovations? And these are all the renovations that are needed, or are we going to be looking for something different? That's what we need to have that conversation regarding the bond, because we would need bond funding to do what's in this plan. If there's no bond funding, then it's the minimal plan, which is that last document.
But I'm confused.
Yep, so to clarify, because I think I'm following. So just to clarify, because there's a couple different things happening right now. So I just want to clarify for the committee, myself, and the community. So one of the things that we're talking about right now with the CIP plan is being able to submit it as part of our stage 2 application with RIDE, right? And that's where we need the comprehensive 5-year plan, and we needed to do it anyways. So that's part of that piece of it. And things that are not on that, not submitted as part of stage 2, like wouldn't be eligible for reimbursements and all the things, right? So that's one part of it. Then there's another part of it, which is the town has the asset management committee, and each year around this time they meet and they then put together, they hear all of the different departments in town, and then they put together kind of a, hey, this is what our recommendations are, because they're advisory as well, of kind of what the town should fund as far as different capital improvement projects across the entire town. And so our responsibility as the school committee and the school administration is to put forward what we would be planning on doing in FY25. Am I following the? So there's two different reasons we're looking at this document. And so for the most time-sensitive one, which is getting the information to the asset management committee, what I understand is that what we should be looking at for the school committee is what's in FY1, that first column, and whether or not we have, if we feel confident and support what the administration is putting forward as far as what would be the priorities that we would tackle in that first fiscal year. Is that correct?
So that first year it's FY25. So I know we shared an Excel document with you as well. So if you look at the tab FY25, that the work that we put there, it's $9 million, but we looked at the minimal amount of work that we could do, because if we're saying, okay, if we're able to go back up for a bond, have bond funds to do these renovations, we also then have to go out to bid for these projects, and there's only certain projects that you can do during summer versus school year. So which of those projects can be done throughout the year? It would be $9,180,810 for the FY25 year if we're going back out for a bond and receive a bond. If there is no bond and we're just using what we have of our own funds, then when you look at the minimal plan that's on here, this is with no bond, and it's just looking at our CIP and funds that we ask for the town for the FY25 year. We are,
if you're on the PDF version, it's like the last section.
looking to spend $1 million each year. So $1 million for FY25 would allow us to do the some of the roof work at the high school. It would provide building envelope work at Hamilton, and that is the wall within the courtyard, as well as the remove and replace the existing fire alarm system at Hamilton. That's all we would do for the FY25 school year.
So as you consider, as you view this plan, we also need guidance, because we have to we have a February 15th deadline to get this submitted. So we have to engage the architects, because for each item we put forward on that plan, there needs to be schematic design. So we are really up against a tight window and clock where we need to start having, start getting the architects involved to start doing their work.
Just a clarifying question, does the Asset Management Committee, I know that they, or Asset Management Commission, they have a capital improvement plan for 4 years, from 2024 to 2028, right? I think, is that, remember right?
Yes, you mean.
Yeah, and so, I just want to make sure I understand the ask of like what they requested from you as far as like what we're presenting to them, and then what will happen with that information. Do we have any information from the chair on that?
No, we don't. We don't have anything. The last meeting was, we reviewed setting dates, and that was prior to the bond. We were talking about that work. And then for the 14th, it's us presenting this plan to them. And then as an advisory board, they give us feedback on the plan.
Okay.
And that all happens in December.
That's, so December 14th, the next week is the meeting with the Asset Management Committee.
Okay. And then in order to engage by February, how many meetings do you have in order to clarify questions and approve this?
So we have a meeting on the 18th. The school committee has a meeting on the 18th.
A business meeting, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, there's 3.
But we have to, there'll be a lot of work that we need to do to put this stage 2 together by February 15th.
Mm-hmm.
Other questions from the committee? One other question I had was as far as like work that had been previously like determined, like I know in the past we've talked about the high school, like air conditioning and whatnot. Is that, did I miss it here, or is it?
No, so the balance of the project, whatever we're not anticipating to complete out of the last bond is carried over into this, but it's not specifically, it's just HVAC work at the high school.
Yep.
So it's in there, but it's in there as an item for HVAC, or at the high school.
It's a bulk item.
That's.
I'm just
So
thinking
if
because
you
I
go
also
back, so if you go back to the 2018 bond, right? Remember we shared out what was completed and what wasn't completed. So what was not completed in 2018, that's carried over into here. But there was work on the first floor for the high school AC that we wanted to complete, and we said, there's still bond money left from that 2018 bond for us to use, as well as other funds we have to finish that, the first floor AC.
Yep.
There's and that's what I'm hoping to bring to you next meeting is architectural approval. So high school in Wickford, HVAC work happens heavily in year 2. Part of that.
What line, Mike?
So I'm in the PDF version.
Yep.
So I don't see lines, unfortunately.
Can you go to the other version? I can try to find it too.
I don't think I have that version.
You don't have a PDF version?
I have a PDF.
You don't have the other one?
So.
The HVAC starts at row 125.
So in FY26.
Christina, I forget it too.
So if you go to the FY26 tab, the high school HVAC work starts on line 52. So if you're in the Excel version.
Yep.
And not on the primary tab, but in the FY26 tab. You'll see Wickford starts at 48, and the high school starts at 52.
Is it multiple lines?
Yes, yes, yep.
So just so I'm understanding the document, the primary tab doesn't pull that information in, or
The
it like
primary-
elapsed it somewhere?
Primary tab is all 5 years.
Yep.
It's there, it's just, it's all 5 years
Yep.
together.
So what row on the primary tab is it?
I'm not
It
in
was,
it.
back when I see it, I think I see 145 is where it was starts, so it's the same thing. So
Yeah.
what's in primary, what we did was we have primary, so it's everything for the 5 years.
Yep.
But I would go to FY 26 and like,
No, I went there. I was just
That-
trying to see how it was reflected on the main tab.
Because
Right.
wasn't it
So
like
is
a $3.8 million number?
Hi Maggie, thank you.
So if you look at the FY '26, so we never had we don't have a number for the balance of the HVAC work at the high school.
I guess that's where I'm concerned, because I know that we're obviously utilizing some of the past bond money, and I know that part of the CIP is to obviously the CIP is going to be submitted for like possible future bonds that we might consider, and then also we have to, as a school committee, take into consideration like in different years what work are we doing at the different middle schools, because I also noticed in the 25 plan, like I don't believe that there is any work going into the middle schools, which I understand, but also I know that there's like need there as well. And I remember like when I originally came on, like there were things that I was concerned about investing in Victor Middle School as well. And so like
Our challenge is,
yeah,
if we don't get a bond till June,
yeah,
we can't start work in July.
yeah, totally get that. But isn't this plan, as far as the asset management side, more than just a bond? Like it's about the money that the town might invest in other ways, or money that we might invest in other ways. It's not just about the bond, right?
So I went to Asset Commission last year for the
Yeah.
first time, and what they were interested in was what was our priority for the next funding year. It wasn't looking at it was what projects are you prepared to put forward? What are the funding sources? And then my understanding is they prioritize those projects and make their recommendations to the town council.
Yeah.
That
And
was
so
my
what you're
experience.
so
So last year we had put forward generators.
Yep.
Um,
Did we receive the funding for that?
we did not.
So are those on here again?
So those projects are
Yep.
included in here. Yep.
so any work that we do at the middle school will come in year 2, which is FY '26, right?
Yeah.
Because of the planning and getting the contractors and all the bidding and all to happen would be the following year. So we looked at what we could do reasonably for FY '25 with the amount of time that we have from now until then.
Yeah.
And that's why you don't see anything for the middle school until FY '26.
Yeah.
Because we would need more time once anything is approved to go out and get contractors, because the work that needs to be done at the middle schools would have to happen during the summer, not a school year. And so the next summer time that we would have opportunity for to do renovations at the middle schools would be during the FY '26 fiscal year.
Yeah. So there was so in addition to the LEA assessment priority, like that, like the feasibility of being able to do the projects was also taken into
Exactly.
consideration when you all were presenting what for what year.
And same thing, we would love to get as many of these projects done sooner, but it was also, what did we think we would be able to manage in a year? You know, doing 2 large additions in one summer might just be too much for the contractor, so we did balance out, you know.
We prioritize looking at the roofs,
Yep.
right? Like which roofs are in the most need. Those, that's when we decide what, for each building, where they get done during each fiscal year. You look at adding walls at in Stony Lane, Quidnesset, and Fishing Cove. They're not all in the same year because those are really large projects. We can't take a risk that you do those projects during the same fiscal year, school year, and what happens if you put a building offline. So we considered all of that in lining up the projects of the impact it has on costs, the impact it has on the timing for going out for bidding, the work that needs to get done, the impact it's going to have on the buildings, teaching and learning. So all of that was looked at when we put this together.
Summer programming.
Summer programming.
Additional questions?
So just to circle back for a minute to the HVAC. So we had talked at one of the other meetings, and that 3.8 number kind of came up for the balance.
So there was an estimate of, I don't remember 3.8, I remember around $3 million to do the balance of the work
Okay, maybe
at the high school.
Yeah.
And we're hoping we've got just under $330,000 left on the FY 2018
Yeah.
bond. So with that in mind, I engage with the architects to say, okay, here are the areas that are left. Here's our priority. We had a couple of areas on the first floor. There was the chorus room on the first floor. There was the photography lab on the first floor, and there were some classrooms up on the third floor. So not on the academic
But the
wing.
balance of that, the 3 million minus the
Is
3
being carried over.
And is that in here?
Yes, that works
At
it over.
at that amount?
It's at what the architects estimate the balance of the work to be.
Okay.
At that point, yes.
Okay.
Subtracting out what we would do in FY '24.
Subtracting out what we would be covering under the bond, yes.
The old bond.
The 2018 bond.
So the
The
3
one
million minus the 330.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it 330 or 313?
It was like 328.
So
3 something.
Just looking back at that, I'm looking at that capital improvement plan, that the 24 to 28 one that the asset management committee submitted. So it looked like at that point, and this is the fire alarm system from Hamilton was identified as a priority for us, and so that's consistent with what we're talking about right now, correct?
Yes.
And then it
That was
also
our
said,
number one priority.
Yep, and then it says that's what I just wanted to confirm. I was
Yep.
pretty sure I heard that. And then the generators, all schools add or replace is on this list. Is that
That's on this that's on this 5-year plan that we're proposing,
Yep.
but not in year one. We had another priority come up, it was over the summer, we learned. So after we met with Asset Commission over the summer, as part of this assessment, there was the block work at the Hamilton vestibule has quickly risen to an area
Yep.
of.
Yeah, so I think just thinking through, like, when you're going to that committee, like, just addressing that as it's, you know, as it's changed, because things change and whatnot, and so I think that's just important to point out, as we just learned earlier from Rob, you know, strategic plans change and plans need to be altered, and so just noticing that difference. And then the last one was just physical plant investments, which seems like an overarching kind of thing, and I think there's more details further on that. So I just think one of my recommendations would be just to make sure before we go into that meeting to align what we're bringing forward this year and what may have changed or been altered from the plan, the 4-year plan that the asset management committee put forward. I think that's important just to note those changes or updates.
And I would say as we sit here now, it would be what's covered on the minimal plan. Like
Yep.
those are we've got to get on, we've got to replace that fire alarm, we've got to fix the block work, and we've got to address the high school roofing.
Yep.
And it's not the whole high school roof, it's the flat parts. So the part over the academic wing that you can see is that metal.
Standing seam metal.
If you're gonna, sorry, either there or over there, your choice.
You can hear me. We've been practicing all day.
You can hear you there?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I have that voice. So yes, so
Do you wanna just
the blue
introduce yourself?
standing seam metal roof that you can see
Can you
from
just
the roof.
introduce yourself, sorry.
Bob Correnti, Director of School Facilities.
Thank you.
So the metal standing seam roof is the roof that's blue, that's over the academic wing. So that's the part we're not touching. That's got a much longer life expectancy than the flat roofs over the cafeteria, auditorium, gyms, and we're talking, art wing. We're not talking about replacing all of it in this first go round. It would be a chunk because of the cost. It's a $6 or $7 million roof, and we're talking about $500,000 worth of work. So we'd take the worst area we could replace and replace it.
Okay, thank you.
And what's the life expectancy of that? I know we had talked about it at the building subcommittee.
So if we're not
of the part we're going to replace.
So this is the tough part. If we're doing it piece by piece, I don't know that we can mix a garland roof half with an old TPO roof. I think if we're doing it in little sections, we're going to be TPO for TPO or some closer version of a 25-year roof and not a 40. Okay. Typically, when you do a 40-year roof, it's the whole roof. So, but if we have to do it in small chunks on that, the small plan, That's all we can do. That's
Did we
our
not-
options.
Did we not buy a 40-year roof 20 years ago?
They didn't have 40-year roofs 20 years ago.
Oh, technology.
This is new technology.
Wild.
But if a bond were to pass,
Then we
we
do
could
the whole
replace
roof one shot.
thing
Yep.
one shot, and then it could be like a 40-year roof.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yep.
To save money in the long run.
Okay, so just to clarify, for the capital, for the asset management committee, you all will be going forward and saying, if this is approved, that the priorities for the 2025 year is that NKHS replace TPO, and then the Fishing Cove, vertical crack, and the other project, like everything that's on those, yeah, and the fire alarm and whatnot. And that is a total of 9180, right? 810.
Yeah, there are a number of projects. I believe there's some ADA work. So you're looking at the FY25 tab.
Yep.
So there's ADA work. There's starting to do some of the generator work that needs to be done. But yeah, if a bond was approved to just do capital repairs, right? So now, if we're talking about a middle school, this plan would be changed because if Wickford was coming offline or Davisville was coming offline, we'd have to assess, do we need to do whatever work like, there's a generator replacement at Wickford. Like, if we're looking at a new school in a few years, can that generator get us to that? Or would the generator we'd be putting in at Wickford work at the new middle school? Like we would have to do different assessments.
Yep. I'm sure you all already have looked into this, but for things like fire alarms, are there any grant opportunities for code compliance, upgrades, and things like that?
Nothing that I've seen or come across.
We spoke to the fire marshal and the fire chief in our last, sorry, my mind is
It's okay.
tired today.
At some point.
District Safety Committee.
Yep.
We met here in this room, and I asked that specific question: could you help us if things come out? Could you forward it to us? They said yes. We have not seen anything
Okay.
forwarded to us at this point,
Okay.
but they did say they'd help us as they see them because they get more notification of that type of stuff than we do.
Yep. Okay. Thank you so much for inquiring about that. Okay. So, other questions, thoughts, clarification on what we're approving? Anything that, like, I think where I am, it's such a massive plan and like there's so many moving pieces to it. Like, I want to make sure that you all have the approval that you need to move forward in the work. But I also, it's just a lot of, like, it's a very factual document, but also like a very, like you could make lots of different choices in lots of different ways. And so, just to clarify, I guess this is what, not even like money aside, like based on like what you are seeing in the buildings and what our students need to, get a good education in this district and whatnot, like you all feel that these 2025 priorities are like the only priorities and the priorities that we'll need to focus on in that year?
That we could get accomplished in time. There is stuff we would want to do sooner.
Yeah.
I know I can speak to things we want to do sooner, but if we're not already designing those things now and going out to bid, they can't happen.
To be able to start in June of 24 and to be completed by
Right, to be able to
June
be
of
ready
25.
July 1, so at the end of the school year, to be able to get into the summer and to start doing that work.
Oh, because of the fiscal year and the whole school year thing.
Right.
Gotcha.
So we have July, August.
Understood.
Right.
Yep.
So any
Yep.
major projects would have to be done over the summertime.
Yep. Yeah, and where the fiscal year lands and where the school year ends is not friends. Understood.
And I think that's why this document was created, to be so
Yeah, 'cause you
nimble
always
in a
have
lot
to
of
be,
ways, so
yeah.
we can adjust based on what happens in the spring with the
That's
bond
what we
vote.
really-
And if it doesn't pass, then we have a plan
And so
B.
essentially, right, there are two plans. So the master plan here, which is the very large document, is what we would be recommending of all the work that needs to get done and to be considered part of a bond. And it doesn't include a new middle school, it's renovating the middle schools, right? Because including a middle school would be, to build a new middle school would be a lot more, and then we'd have to prioritize even more of this plan, right, for renovations, because then we'd be going out, we're saying, we need 112 million for these renovations.
Just to clarify, it's not really renovating them, it's just like keeping them running, correct?
The buildings?
The middle schools.
middle
So
schools.
like
Yeah.
it's not making educational enhancements. It's
So,
making,
it's just keeping,
Right, well, when you say renovate, it implies that we're making them.
it's not renovating the entire inside. Because
Correct.
if
I
we're gonna
just
renovate
wanna-
the entire inside of Wickford Middle School,
Right.
then we need to talk about having a swing space, which we don't have.
Right, well, that's why I want to
So,
be careful when we're using that
We're
word.
not, we're not renovating the entire inside of Wickford
Right.
Middle School, it would be the envelope to
Right.
be able to keep it open.
And we also have
What's
to-
listed in here for
advancing
those
the
schools
education.
is just required to continue to have students in those buildings.
And,
Okay.
and what we also have to be careful is, and Bob, you're getting your steps in tonight, so I apologize. I apologize in advance.
You can
One of the
sit
things
next
that
to-
came up at the
Yeah,
last
three choices.
building committee meeting is if you renovate a building to 50% of its value, you then have to bring it up into complete code compliance.
So 50% of the value of the project. So Wickford Middle School is worth $19 million, and we're going to do $14 million worth of work to that building. We now have to take every ounce of the building and bring it up to today's code. So that's going to add twofold to what we're spending to meet code. You know those center stairs in the cafeteria?
most certainly.
Those are going to go. They don't meet code. So
And it's not as simple as just moving the stairs.
Right, that's
because-
just one little thing I'm thinking about off the top of my head. There's
Yeah,
a
yeah,
lot
yeah.
of things.
Yep.
So.
Yep. So I think that's a good distinction, Jen, that it's not, that the work that we ask them to put back in here is things that we would need to do, like that need to be, that are already right now currently addressed as needing to be done over the next 5 years in those buildings, but they are not like,
A lot of health and safety.
yeah, did we do the math on that yet, of like what it's worth and what we are looking at doing?
We would have to have a professional appraisal done.
Yeah.
The town has done that, DPW has done that a couple of times with projects they've worked on.
Yeah.
And you truly need an appraisal from an appraiser.
Of the 112 million that's in there, DMS and WMS represent 90 million of that.
I don't think so.
No.
No.
Too much?
Yeah.
That's.
Yeah, I would say it's closer.
42? I have two numbers written
When's the
down.
asset management committee meeting?
The 14th.
Thursday.
Thursday, thank you.
Other
Yeah, I'm just-
discussion, thoughts on where you all are feeling as
It's
far
not
as
in here, but we did
approval of this document at this point as is?
I mean, I think we need to, because they need to move
Yeah.
forward, and, I mean, I know they've been through the building subcommittee's
Sort of
been through
almost.
it.
Yeah. The building committee didn't give us an official recommendation though.
Not an official, but.
Yep. So if we do approve this today, is there a possibility and an option to revise when things happen, or prioritize, et cetera? Like, what's our option between when you go to the asset management committee and when we need to submit for stage 2? Like, no flexibility, right?
So no. So RIDE looks at it as a 5-year plan.
Yep.
If you do something, if we say whatever roof in year 4 actually becomes disastrous in year 2, we can do it in year 2. Our challenge, I'm going to say it again, is we have to engage architects on all of these projects.
Mm-hmm. For all of them?
For anything we're putting forward in stage 2, we need schematic design for.
Mm-hmm.
And I know one of the, I believe she's an architect, is who sits on the building committee.
Yep.
Acknowledges how much work that is. So we need to start moving towards a stage 2 submission, knowing what projects to include.
Yep. Do we have a sense of the funding associated with that work, with the amount of things that are on this list?
We do not, because in order to get an idea of the funding, we need to say this is what we're looking at, and then if you're looking at a school a new school, then you are removing projects from here, which you now would have fees for a new school, but lesser fees for repairs, renovations. So it's kind of it's a moving target, catch-22.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Any further
So
discussion
we're
from the
just
committee?
approving the whole CIP, correct? Not like what's specifically being brought forward to the asset management, correct?
So you're approving the CAP, and this is what we're going to present to the asset management.
And to answer your question about the middle schools, I have non-escalated costs. I give you without, so when we broke it down by FY '25, so on, we factored in escalation.
Yep.
I have a list of, that doesn't factor in escalation.
Okay,
So
that's good. What is that?
$23,216,735.
For both?
For both Wickford and DMS.
For just the things that are on this list?
Yeah.
For, at non-escalated.
Okay.
That
And
would be
what
if it
was
was
the
done.
escalation cost about?
It was 5% per year.
Okay.
Now, based off of the fact that these funds, these projections came in this June, even in year one, we had a 5% escalation.
Yeah, because just it's.
Because it's now a year old.
Yep. One last clarifying question, Mike. For all the things that were on the old CIP that like were outstanding that we didn't get done, I'm assuming most of them rolled
All of them.
over. Yeah.
Yep, they're all
Yep.
captured here.
Do you know if, and if I do not expect you to know this, but do you know about how many we didn't achieve in the last plan?
So there were a number of smaller projects.
Yep. It's okay. It's not. It's just I'm just curious about like what's the success rate of a plan like this in actually executing it in 5 years.
So we had the carryover HVAC projects.
Yep.
And then we've got some window work, and then this is where some projects are going to appear. It's like one project, but it appears like, so you had to fix some cracking in flooring tiles.
Yep.
So the reason the flooring tiles are cracked is because the cement below it is cracked. So it shows up as different projects.
Yep,
because,
makes sense.
and then you got to put new tiles on. So there were window gaskets at Forest Park. There was an auditorium railing. There was flooring issues at the high school.
Roof exhaust fans for DMS.
Yep.
Building ventilation at DMS. Kitchen exhaust hood HVAC
Yep.
at Quinn.
Yep. So we're in a motion to accept the CIP. And so any further discussion? Okay, I call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries unanimously. Next item is next steps for school bond. So I'll make a motion for discussion.
Second.
Okay, and so I'll turn it over to Dr. Dubois.
So I'm just going to follow up with the CAB. So we're presenting, we just reviewed a capital improvement plan over the next 5 years for renovations of the buildings for the elementary, high school, and renovations for the middle schools that keep the middle schools open. It doesn't include educational enhancements of the middle schools. So when we think about what that question may be of a bond, and we want to go back out in the spring and propose a question to the town council for approval, we look at, I provided you with the number of what work needs to get done if we were just to renovate. Are we still going to look at one consolidated middle school? I know there's feedback coming back from the survey, but we need to know how we're moving forward with the middle school. And we know there's a need for a new middle school. We know the needs of DMS. We know the needs of Wickford Middle School.
So as far as that goes, one of the things that what was interesting today and the information that you all provided was that concept of doing a like appraisal of the buildings, just because I want to make sure that, with that threshold and the different things, like considering that piece. And then also at the last meeting, we had talked about that it might be useful and helpful to have the facility index scores done. And so have you all been able to discuss that at all, about kind of some of the things that we might need that would help inform us in deciding what to put out again to the community?
So we can have the FCI done. If
Yep.
that's something that we can do, we just need to, if the school committee is saying do that, we can put that request through to RIDE and have them complete a new FCI for each of the middle schools.
I just don't think we would have that by.
Yeah, we probably won't have it by the stage 2 time, but we'll be able to get it done, and based on looking at other districts that had it done in other schools, all their FCI scores were higher and above that 65.
How long does it take to get it,
Well,
like?
last time we talked, they said possibly by the spring we would have that.
Yep.
information.
So we would have it, I would anticipate we would have it before a bond vote if there was one scheduled for May
May
or
7th,
June.
I think May 7th was the date that
Okay,
was mentioned of being able to hold a bond vote.
but I don't think we would have one prior to a February 15th
Yep.
submission.
Yep.
We would not.
Did you mean that though, or did you mean an actual appraisal?
Both. It was a
Yeah.
multi-tiered question, because they're different things, right? Like there's the FCI is one thing, and then the appraisal of the building is another thing. And so if we wanted to move forward with the FCI, can you remind me of the cost of that? And would we have to go out to bid? How does that?
So it's not a set cost,
Yeah.
per se. They can't tell us it's $10,000 or $15,000, because what they do is other districts who also want an FCI, RIDE would go out to bid, or may or have a standing bid. They would engage that with the work, and then it would be split amongst the districts that are participating. And what they do is they withhold it from future state aid, correct?
Housing aid.
Housing aid, thank you. Yeah, it's not state
But we
aid, housing
could
aid.
independently do it, correct?
We could independently do it.
Yeah.
We had for Wickford Middle School an estimate of approximately $25,000. I do think from talking with RIDE that having them do it would be less expensive. Yep.
Is that the 15 number that you've given us? Is that, am I
Might have
remembering it
been. I was
correctly?
trying to record
Yeah.
the notes. I
I
don't
felt like
remember
it
the
was around that
exact.
range. I wrote it down on the last agenda, so we'll see if we can find it
Would
here.
the timing be different depending on if we did it or RIDE did it?
We might control more aspects of it, but even now, I don't think it would be done before February. I don't think it would. So we need architects working as soon as possible. I mean, I don't want to say now, but architects need to be working on this stage 2 submission now.
Yep, and do we have a sense, so as far as the conversations that you all have had with the architects and different things, like is there a specific thing, like the agenda item, I don't believe has any like attachments on it, and so is there something specific that would help you all continue to do work and continue to plan and whatnot that you need?
For this agenda item?
Yeah.
Well, there's one coming up, so if we can talk about the MOA,
Alright.
that's gonna help us. So if you wanna move to the next, we agenda to that, so
Yeah,
under,
yeah.
it's under new business,
Yeah.
right? That,
All right, so that's where we'll take action as far as next steps. What other information or decisions do you need the school committee
I think
to
we
consider
just-
as far as, that
I
would be
say
helpful?
Guidance from the school committee, because we know we've had these conversations, we've had conversations with the building committee. The question that was put out there last time was for one consolidated middle school. We don't have feedback from the survey back yet, but we do have people that have shared information and we've hit around town of, are people for one consolidated middle school, are people for 2 schools? What are we doing? Do we need to rethink that plan? Do we need to rethink maybe just building 1 school? Do we need to, rethink that, looking at Whitford Middle School has the greatest need, maybe we just rebuild 1 school and it's a new Whitford Middle School, and we keep Davidson Middle School and we work on renovations at the inside for educational enhancements and have 2 schools in the district. That's kind of like, in my opinion as a superintendent, that's what we need to kind of come to an agreement on of what that will be.
Yeah. So I think what would be useful for me at least is I know we have the survey intentionally closing before our next school committee meeting. When is the next building subcommittee meeting?
We did not schedule one because we didn't have anything to review, and so we were waiting until January.
Yep. Okay, so we won't be getting a recommendation from the building subcommittee on a direction, because that's kind of where we took our direction from, and in recommendations as far as how to proceed.
I will say they're waiting for the school committee.
It's not like kind of how it works.
So.
Yeah. So I guess my recommendation would be that the building subcommittee present, but they have the facility master plan, they have the information. We'll have the survey results, which obviously will dictate things, but as far as like practicality, like we in theory presented what I thought was the best plan from the district. Like what from you all, right? From the administration, from the architects, from the OPM, from everyone, with also having input from the building subcommittee. So in my mind, although it didn't pass, like it obviously was a complicated bond, and we've talked about that it was combined in different things, and so that's obviously why we're soliciting information from the community to try to learn more about what they would support. But I feel like understanding more about the status of our buildings is really important, and so that's why I'm bringing up the two things that I brought up. Because for me to make a decision to change the plan or to change whatnot with all the data that led us to the original plan, like I would need some additional information, I feel. I don't know how the rest of the committee feels. Like I know we're on a time crunch, but also like I
think we definitely need to see what the survey says. I think also, like before we go forward, regardless of what the survey says, with looking at, like Ken said, like, you know, 2 schools, 1 school, bigger school, smaller school, scaled down school, whatever. Like we need to have some idea what the cost is going to be to get those types of things.
Yep. And so, Ken, at this point, do you want to? I think the item B is partially that, as far as like possible funding for doing some of the work to answer the questions that Jen just brought up. And so I guess my question for next steps is what else, like, do you want the school committee to consider or think about as far as next steps? Or
if I may,
yeah.
So one of my concerns, right? If we were to look at building a new building at Whitford Middle School, we have to do an ESA. That's going to take 3 to 4 weeks. So if we're in January talking about putting a building at Whitford Middle School, we now have to get an ESA and a stage 2 prepped by February 15th.
We need to know if that land can be used.
So we are just under such a time constraint right now.
Well, we're under a time constraint for the 55%, right? And we knew that, and that's why we went out to vote this November, and it didn't pass. And so it might just be the reality of the fact that that's not going to happen anymore. And so then we're not under a time constraint. We get 35% from the state, and that might just be the reality of where our town is at this point. I don't want to rush something or make rash decisions chasing additional reimbursements. We tried that with what I think was the best plan. And so what I'm hearing, and also thinking about when the vote is and different things, like I want to make sure that we're, you know, if we are going to submit something for stage 2, like there's a funding component for that. And so I think, you know, what would be helpful to me is having you all think through what's realistic to be able to be done for that. And then also like kind of what we think, what information we need to move forward on potentially a new building. But like it does sound like unless the General Assembly changes the date of being under contract by June, we're not going to meet those deadlines, and we knew that. Like, so
there is a possibility of a language change. It could be a single word change.
I don't understand anything you just said.
It's going from approved. It's going from under contract to approved. So I believe the word is commenced by June 30th, and
that was something sent out from RIDE that I'm not like aware of.
No. It's through legislatures working with General Assembly to try to change the language.
Yep. But they're not back yet.
We won't know until January.
We won't know that. Correct.
We won't know until January, February, if that's even going to happen.
Yep.
So there's a chance that could happen.
Yeah. So I think
it's
like
not something we can really kind of
we
But you can't wait for that because
we can't. No. We need to come up with a decision of how we're going to move forward with the stage 2 and what work we are going to do and what we're going to propose for the middle schools.
It seemed to me that the opportunity that to put anything for the stage 2 for the middle schools has passed us, unfortunately. Like, I don't understand how, unless we put forward the same plan that we had and ask the town council to support the same building, maybe not a combined bond, maybe we can reduce the cost slightly based on like the language that we want to propose, but like I don't see a world where we could get renderings and drawings done by February.
Perkins Eastman could take what we had and adjust that because they did put drawings together of a smaller school at Woodford. So
I mean, they weren't even remotely. That was not.
They could work on and they could scale that down.
Yeah, I guess for me, like, but like, are we, so I guess from my perspective, like, I need to know what is the scope of the work that they want to do, how much is it going to cost, where are we funding it, and is that even what we think is best for students?
So if we are able to move towards the agenda item of MOA, we can talk about those funds.
Yeah. So again, just, and not to berate the question, but I just want to be really clear about what we need to do as a school committee. Like, what is the administration looking for as far as next steps, determinations, so that the building subcommittee can meet and that work can continue for the deadline of February?
So my understanding was that we needed a decision from school committee for what the question would be to present to the town council, right, by January.
Yep.
So that is what needs to happen. If you're saying you want us to go back to the building committee, then we need to get a meeting set in the next, before December 18th, to review that with the building committee of what their recommendation would be. That's what we need to happen.
I don't think we're ready to go back to the town council at this point.
No. Most certainly not.
And the town council needs to know early January so they can move forward with working with the General Assembly, because depending if we're going to put a question out there where it's just on the school, right, that needs to get approved by the General Assembly in January of what that question would be, because right now, if you put the same question out there, it's going to be the school and the safety complex, and I think we're already kind of into agreement that it needs to be split.
We don't get to control that decision.
No, but I think that, well, we don't, but I think that's kind of where the direction we're going in, is that it would just be the school, a vote on a school bond in May, and would it be the question of, a consolidated middle school, 6 through 8, over a day school? Or we're changing that, because it seems though the feedback so far from the community of what we're hearing, people are still asking for 2 middle schools. And so,
Are you at, like, go ahead, Jen.
I think to Erin's point, like, we as a school committee had received a recommendation from the building subcommittee as to what the, what the best plan was to put forward, based on educational needs and
long-term operational
costs and all of that stuff, and that
what we had available for land,
right? And that
so
proposal was 1 middle school, 5 through 8. You came in and expanded it to 6, or shrunk it down to 6 or 8, whatever. So we went forward with what we felt was the best plan. That clearly was not the best plan in the eyes of the community. They voted, and we
no, the decision that they made, they voted down a $277 million bond.
Correct.
Like,
you're right.
I don't want us to like.
You're right, because that's the more correct statement. But I guess my point is, so now we need to re-examine, is that, what do we go back out with? And I guess what I would like to know is, since we're now back to this, not to the starting point, but now that we are back with the opportunity to go back out with another vote, does the building subcommittee still believe that that is the best plan? Does the administration still believe that that is the best plan? We have the opportunity to have input from the citizens. So, like, based on all of that information, I would like to have some feedback back to the school committee as to, you know what, even after hearing all of that, we still think that the plan we put forward is the best plan, or you know what, maybe it's not. Here's what we'd like to see instead. That's what I would like
or
to see.
an alternative plan would cost X, right? And I know that takes money, and I know we're going to talk about that in a minute, but I think for me, like I made the decision to support the bond language and to support the work that we were doing based on the recommendations that we were getting, and like, to Jen's point, like, I need to at least know what the counter option is, right? And like, what does that look like, right? Like, is it that we're going to do one smaller school? Is it that we're just going to do all renovations and just keep up the buildings that we have? Is it that, what are those different things, and why did we make that change? Like, was it just because some folks might not like that plan, or is it because we think that that's what the best choice is for the district? And so, like, we received the bond language from the administration last time, and so I think, as far as next steps, like for the meeting on the 18th, like what would be helpful to me is to kind of have some feedback about like the direction that you all are hoping to go in, and also kind of like what costs would be needed to back up that plan, for lack of a better word. So is that clear? Does that
Yeah,
make
so what I'll
sense?
do, tomorrow we'll schedule a building committee meeting that happens prior to the 18th.
Yeah.
And that way we can come back with that information. And depending on what happens with the agenda item of the MLA,
Yeah.
we'll know how that's gonna help or support us.
Okay, perfect, thank you. Any other thoughts or considerations?
Is that meeting going to be after we get the survey results?
It's impossible.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Because the survey, I believe, closes on the 14th.
Or 15th.
Yeah.
What November?
14th. Which was intentional because of the school committee meeting. Like, we wanted to leave it open for a certain amount of time and try to have something done for the school committee meeting. Would it make sense to schedule the building subcommittee meeting for after the school committee meeting? So perhaps we could ask them, like, based on kind of that information, maybe we could send down some recommendations that we want.
Timeline-wise of being able to bring this to the school committee and have it back to the town council for January, that timeline would not work.
Yes, it would, I think, because we have a school committee meeting on
But also too, let's think about the holidays.
Yeah,
When's the
18th is our
building
last
committee
one, I
meeting? We
think,
don't
in
have, it has to be before the 18th.
I think.
No one's gonna be
Yeah.
around to be able to meet over after the 18th. It's just, it won't be possible. And I know that there's certain people that are gonna be away during that time, so it has to be before the 18th.
Did they have enough information, though, to make a recommendation to us?
I would say so, based on what we've heard and we know, and looking at stuff, and depending on what the MLA and what we can do with those funds of bringing some professionals in.
Okay, any other conversation on next steps? All right, hearing none, let's go to the next item. Where are we?
Do you want to move the MOA up?
I'll make a motion to move up
Mhm.
the MOA from new business to next on the agenda.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor, please say.
Aye.
Okay, so we'll move on to the MOA. Make them. Do you need action on this, or is this just?
So we need you to sign it, so can I
Yeah.
share out
So-
what this is?
Well, I'll just make, so I'll make a motion to approve it, correct?
Yes.
All right,
Second.
yeah. All right, now, go ahead, Ken.
Okay, so we're receiving additional funding from the school building authority at RIDE because they know the situation that we are in with our current funds and able to complete stage 2. So they're giving us $100,000 through their assistance. It's considered technical assistance, so we can put that towards completing our stage 2 application to put those funds towards the A&E services and the work that needs to get done. So with your signature, we would, an approval, we would send that back to RIDE, and that would be additional funding that we can use to work, continue our work with Perkins Eastman, that's the contract we have with them, to do the stage 2 work that we are looking to complete.
Okay. Questions or comments from the committee?
So, no.
My internet's doing okay. Right, there we go. Miss Lima? Did you, that was it?
I said so.
Oh, I did hear a word. Okay, that at least makes me feel better. Just go to the attachment. So just to clarify, the funding that we're receiving, like this money would be, is it a grant? Is it a?
It's money coming, it's technically money coming from the SBA. We do not have to pay that money. It's money being provided to us to continue doing work around the stage 2 application.
And so we would use this for the schematics?
So yes, it would be used for that.
For the, all the work on
designs,
the CIP that we
the
just talked
services,
about, right?
yes.
Yeah, if we were to ever need to do testing at Wickford, let's say the decision was to investigate Wickford, we could use this funding for that. It's for anything to help us prepare for our stage 2 submission.
Okay. But we were just talking about the need to get the schematics going. Like, in your mind, do you have a plan for this money right now?
For the 100,000?
Yeah.
What we would do with this, we would talk with Perkins Eastman and see if they would be in agreement to help us with this work moving forward, do what we can do with those funds to get the stage 2 application completed.
Okay.
I was trying to see from a purchasing perspective. I can't remember exactly what our contract was with Perkins Eastman, but would we have to?
They're covered.
Single
They're
source.
They're covered.
Because remember, we need another 850. 50,
Yeah.
what they were asking.
I thought we were only covered through the election though.
With the 850.
With the 850.
But the contract was to complete through stage 2.
Okay.
But
Yeah,
the only-
my recollection
Yeah.
is there was a contingency,
The school
correct?
committee only budgeted
Yep,
850 through the bond referendum, knowing the bond referendum
Thank you.
would cover the
Yeah,
rest.
all right, so we're still under contract with them, we
We're
just
still
don't
under
have any
contract.
funds
Yeah,
to
we're
pay
still
them
we're still
to
under
work.
contract with
Understood.
Perkins Eastman and James.
So this just got us another $100,000 further in that contract, basically, yes.
Right.
Okay.
And there's no downside, we don't have to pay back, there's no interest, it's just free money from RIDE? Or free,
Money that
money
they
from RIDE,
provided to
or
us.
money provided from RIDE? And this wasn't available before, like it's only available now because?
It's only now because they know the situation we're in and they're providing it to us.
Any further questions on this item for discussion? Okay, hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor of approving the MOA for technical assistance and guidance on the necessity of school construction application, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. And then we'll go back to
Policies.
okay, yeah.
I'm gonna let Bob go. We're good.
Yep. Bye, Bob.
Thanks, Bob.
Thanks, Bob.
Okay, and so the next item on the agenda is policies, and so I'll turn it over to Ms. Lima for motions, et cetera.
Okay, so I'm going to make a motion to approve the revisions to GCBR, the emergency sick bank. Can I get a second?
Second.
So with this one, we, as discussed, this is the second read on this revision. As discussed at the last meeting, we changed the timing on the eligibility. We clarified the amount of days required to participate. We updated who is on the committee. As I said, I'm recommending approval, and I just realized as I got to this point, I'm actually going to withdraw my motion to approve and make a new, can you withdraw your second, Rob?
Sure.
And then I'm going to make a motion to approve this revision, noting that we need to amend the October 1st date in this for this year only. And I would make the motion to make that date for this year only. What date do you think we should make it?
Dr. Buvat, any thoughts on the make it say hold on, you have to finish your motion, we can always amend it. So just pick a date and then we can amend it.
January 1st,
Okay.
2024.
All right,
Yeah.
so Jen made a motion, hold on one second again, sorry. Do we have a second on Jen's new motion?
Second.
Okay. Now we open discussion, so thoughts on that, Dr. Buvat?
If it gets approved tonight, yes, January 1 would work so that we can get the letters out to the staff.
Yep, so that, let's just work that through though, because somehow it's December 5th in life. And so if we approve it today, notification would have to go out to the employees, and then the deadline is like when they have to decide if they opt in or opt out. And so I just want to make sure that for the HR department, like they have enough time to produce a letter, get it out to folks, and that gives the
They're ready-
employees
they're
enough
ready-
time
I would say
over.
they're ready to go.
Okay.
It's not a large number of ones at tonight.
Okay. So Jen, your motion is basically what is here, except for this year, it would be changed to January 1 for the opt-out option for employees, and then it would go back to the language as written for subsequent years. Okay. Any further discussion on this? Okay, hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor of approving the motion as stated?
Aye.
Okay, so that motion carries. Jen?
So the next one is policy GCB, non-unit benefits. I'm going to make a motion to approve this with one change. Under section 1, this is just a typo, it should read any non-unit personnel. This is the second read on this revision. As discussed at the last meeting, we added a section on parental leave.
Hold on one second. You need to make the motion and then
Okay.
just make it like tight. So say like
Yep.
basically approving
I'm gonna
this
make-
with that one change, and then we'll get a second, and then
So I'm going to make a motion to approve this policy with the one change under section 1, which should read any non-unit personnel.
thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, and then we'll open for discussion. Go ahead.
So this is, as we discussed at the last meeting, added a section on parental leave and religious holidays. This is modeled after the sections on this in the NEA and K contract. This policy still needs further review and revision, and we'll go back to the policy subcommittee after we're finished with it here on this level. But I am recommending approval with that one change as well.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Diva, this one obviously went into effect for the NEA and K members in July. Is there any, is there any backdating needed for this policy as far as like when it goes into effect for employees?
For this, I would have this be in effect. I mean, we're making this this change. I would say as of November 1st.
November 1? Okay.
Okay, so
Jen, are you willing to
Yep,
amend
I'll
your-
withdraw my motion, and I will make a motion to approve this policy with the following changes. Should read under section 1, any non-unit personnel, and this policy will go into effective
Post-dated November.
Post-dated November 1st, 2023.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Further discussion? Question? Okay, hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor of the approved motion with the amendments and prorated date or adjusted date, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, that one carries. Okay, next one.
So the next one, I will make a motion to discuss policy BCF, policy advisory committees and liaisons.
Second.
So we've made numerous revisions to this policy. This is the second read here to create standardization where possible among the advisory committees. We've outlined the process to become a member of a subcommittee, the time length of the membership, as well as the roles and responsibilities. If we do approve this tonight, we're going to need to amend the August 1st date for this year. Only before I put this out for a vote, I wanted to throw a couple things out here that I noticed again while I was reviewing it for this meeting. Where it talks about subcommittee membership, I'm wondering if we should change that to say advisory committee membership, because that's how it's referenced throughout the rest of the policy. Under subcommittee membership 1A, it discusses the application process and mentions an application form and rubric. I'm wondering if this is going to be a standard one for each subcommittee or whether it's going to be individualized for each purpose. And then under subcommittee membership E, I wondered whether we should add something about what happens when a vacancy arises due to a school committee member departure. And those were my questions / comments that were not noted in the current proposed revision.
Okay, further discussion on this one? I'm just checking, there's some policies that this one is friends with, and so I'm just checking the one specifically about subcommittees so that we could see how it's related to them.
I don't like it when they're all friends. There's too many things to check.
Yep.
So in the interest of time, is this something that we can table and?
No, DEI subcommittee has been waiting for months to get rolling on this.
Well, is there an opportunity where we could, is it as is, right? Because I'm fine with
I'm fine
small
with it.
tweaks,
Yeah.
but is how it is now, if we approve it, does that allow the DEI subcommittee to move forward under the new policy, but then the school committee can make the caveat that we recommend that it goes back to the policy subcommittee for further work, like kind of working through some of those questions that you proposed. So we could, because you can approve a policy and then immediately start looking at it again.
With the other one.
Yeah,
We can do that.
because this is kind of in the lack of having any guidance, and so at least this is better than nothing, and would give that subcommittee, particularly whose members have been on for quite some time, the opportunity to roll off and get other folks involved, but then knowing that we would move it back and maybe continue to tweak and work on it as it is kind of a complex one.
Yeah, my only question would be just about the application form and rubric that's mentioned, like whether that's gonna be a standard one that somebody creates, or whether each subcommittee is gonna create their own.
Dr. Duba, thoughts on that?
I think it should be a standard rubric that's used for all of them.
What about the application?
And I think the application should be the same as well, because otherwise we're creating different applications for each subcommittee. I think it all should be standard.
Okay, who's gonna create that?
We can create that.
Okay.
And so, yeah, because we also want to make sure that we, even with this policy, like I said, there's the other one, which is BCF, which is advisory committees and liaisons, and there is some language in there, and I just remember this one very specifically because we just did this with the new temporary advisory committee. That is this one, just kidding. Never mind. I was going to say, there's a piece of word in the new language, so let me go backwards then. Just kidding. Boop, boop, boop. I was just saying, like, where it comes, like, who makes the recommendation to the school committee, right, in that piece of it. And so it sounds like when we, Andrew, as far as, like, being able to make edits to the policy on the floor at this point, like, is it something where we could add that piece in, just noting what we just decided, and then if we need further revision, we can do that?
Yeah.
All right, so do you want to propose amended, you can leave the policy open, but you could propose amended language, Jen, and then you could, and then we could vote on the main one if you wanted. Or you can withdraw your motion.
I hadn't put a motion out yet, this was just to discuss.
Oh, okay.
So I'll make a motion to approve the revisions to policy BCF with the following notations, that we need to amend the August 1st date for this year only. To be, I guess, as vacancies arise through the balance of the school year 2023-2024. Does that make sense?
I gotta look at the language again. It's also 9:51, just to give me track.
I was gonna call for it right after we did this one.
Okay, so we have what page is the August 1 date?
It's in the beginning paragraph where it talks about at the beginning of the school year, the superintendent will provide a application. It's in that part of it.
But it also says, hold on, 'cause it says upon creation of a new committee. But couldn't we just change that the administration shall provide an advisory committee membership application form to the community on behalf of the school committee every August, or
upon request of the chair of the subcommittee?
Of when additional members are needed, so because it could happen throughout the
Yep.
year.
Yep.
So it's
Yep.
you do it in August, but then as additional spots are open, you then.
I like it on the request of the chair because the rest of the policy talks about at the discretion of the chair of the advisory committee whether or not to fill the spots.
Because that way it doesn't necessarily have to be just because of that reason, but maybe you're talking about a new topic and you want to put it out because we want a different perspective from the community on a specific area. Like it's not just maybe due to a vacancy, but the chairs could request it for a variety of reasons. One being the one you listed.
Okay.
So the request of the chair of the subcommittee or the chair of the school committee?
It would
I think
be.
what you just said, with the chair of
Why
the
couldn't
subcommittee.
it be an and/or?
No, I think it could be of the chair of the subcommittee, because that would be something that they would put on the school committee agenda. Yeah, and then we would, it doesn't have to go through the chair of the school committee in theory, like it can go, it would just get presented. Yeah, I think that's fine.
Okay.
And so we would not be changing that August 1 date, we would just be adding
Maybe
additional
add,
language
Yep, okay.
to make it more flexible. All right, so do you want to make your motion, Jen?
Yes. So I'm gonna make a motion to approve BCF with the change to add the language to August 1st, or at the request of the chair of the advisory committee, and also adding that, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make that motion. Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay.
Open it for discussion, Ken?
You took out upon the creation of a new committee. Do we want to leave that in there? Because we won't have it when a new.
There won't be a chair of the.
So I'm wondering if it should say the administration shall provide an advisory committee membership application form to the community on behalf of the school committee every August, comma, upon the creation of a new committee, comma, and or at the request of the chair of the subcommittee.
Is it not in there?
Well, the
You
language
just
you
took it
just
out.
said, like, took it out.
Oh, I just meant to add, I
Unintentionally.
didn't mean
Yeah.
to take anything out. Yeah, no, that was just adding
Yep.
the part about at the request of.
Yep. Okay, I'm sure that's what you meant to say before Rob
Yes,
seconded it.
that is what I
Yeah.
meant to say.
Okay, open for further discussion. I think as I mentioned earlier, I am happy to approve this at this point, but I do think it could benefit going back to policy and also having some outreach to the other subcommittee chairs just to get additional feedback from them might be helpful. Or once we go through the process with one of the committees, maybe getting some additional information would be helpful, like as far as like being able to understand if this works for committees or not. Like our goal, I think, and our purpose of adjusting this is to give some additional guidance and some additional clarity to how people get on school committees, a process, a timeline. But I also would be very interested to see how it kind of plays out once some of the subcommittees go through the process and if they have any feedback, adjusting as needed.
Yeah, no, that's a good idea.
Any further discussion? Okay. Hearing none, I'll call the question with the motion with the amendments proposed, or the changes to the document proposed. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, so that will replace that one.
9:57.
All right, make a motion. Yep. Okay, let's take at 10 o'clock. Okay, no, let's make the motion first, and then we'll take a quick recess. Go ahead, Jen.
I'll make a motion to extend the meeting past 10 o'clock.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, and then I'll make a motion to take a 5-minute recess.
Second.
Okay, and do we have to vote on rate? Okay, all those in favor? We don't actually vote on that. Yep. Okay. Okay, we'll be back in 5. You good? All right, I'm coming back.
Doubling nothing.
Keep up.
Let's go.
Okay, so we'll come back from recess. Again, we made a motion and passed it so that we could go past 10 o'clock, but we will try to move with swiftness through the remainder of the things. So we're still in policies, and so Jen, for the next one.
Yep, so this is a new policy for approval. It's the second read on ACB 1, which is hate speech on school property. I'd like to make a motion to discuss.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, so I am going to make a motion that we send this back to the policy subcommittee, because I think this is an important one that we need to pass, but I want to make sure that we get this one right. And I think there's some further discussion that we need to have at the policy subcommittee level.
Okay. Did you want to amend your original motion?
I just made a motion to discuss.
You made a bunch of discuss, but then in your discussion, you said that you were going to make a motion to send it back. Do you want to make that actual motion?
I'm going to make a motion to send this back to the policy subcommittee.
Second.
Okay, and then, so I definitely think that it's worth further investigation. I know I did send some questions over to the district attorney, and so Andrew, do you want to give us an update on where you are kind of in that research?
I've started the research process. I've done some research. I'm going outside of Rhode Island here, and I'm looking sort of nationwide to make sure that whatever we pass will stand up to any potential challenges. So, and that there's a lot of stuff out there. So I did start it. I probably am not as far along as I'd hoped to be, but I'm getting some feedback, and I'll share it with the policy subcommittee when we go back.
Okay. So I'll vote in support of this. I think it's an important policy, and I think, working through it is important, but I also want to make sure that we are, honoring, free speech and all of those sort of things and being really thoughtful about what we put forward. And so I'll be happy to support sending it back to the policy subcommittee. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. And so next item on the agenda is the item C. So this is just, I'll just make a motion for discussion.
Second.
Okay. And so basically I just wanted to put on and just remind the committee about the fact that the school committee meetings are by policy BE run by Robert's Rules, which is kind of how we run our meetings, and so we just reattached the guidelines there, and also wanted to just give a reminder about that we also work under the Open Meetings Act, which clearly states that we need to be very clear and explicit about agenda items that will be discussed at meetings, and that we should only be talking about things that are on the agenda, and so just wanted to put that on as a reminder for all of us, just that we need to kind of follow the Robert's Rules of Order, and also make sure that we are talking about items that are addressed in the Open Meetings Act. And so this is just kind of a reminder and an informational opportunity for both the committee and the public. Any further discussion or clarification? And thank you to Jules for attaching some documentation there. I appreciate it. Okay. Hearing none, we can move on because no action is needed there. Moving on to the item D, the budget calendar, and so I'll make a motion to accept the budget calendar.
Second.
Okay, and we'll open up to discussion. Dr. Duva?
No, so these were just date changes, because I just wasn't.
We needed to change it.
We needed to make some changes, so that's on there. I think we sent the dates around for the committee prior. And it was the January and February dates that were changed.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. Questions or comments from the committee?
I had a question on the attachment with the, not like the budget schedule one, but the attachment with our actual meetings. Can we just change it because it still says TBD for the joint budget? Can we add the 11 on there?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And
That's E. That's E. what Jen's talking about.
And then
Jen, hold on one second. You're talking about E, which is not, they're separate.
Oh, sorry.
No worries. You're getting ahead of us. No worries. So right now we are only looking at.
In my mind, that all becomes
they're
a
friends.
whole big budget thing.
Yeah, they are friends.
Like,
So
oh,
the document
yes.
that we're looking at right now is the NKSD School Department 2024-2025 budget calendar.
Then I got
The
nothing.
if we change this, we will
Yes.
need to make changes to the school committee calendar next. I know, Jen, you had asked for the budget workshops to be keyed out, and I see that Dr. Duba
Yes.
did that. So
Yep.
thank you, Dr. Duba, for clarifying that part on this schedule. Is there any other questions or concerns? There is a Monday date, just for people to note. Okay. Any other further discussion? Okay, hearing none, I'll call the question to approve the budget calendar as presented. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, so that motion carries. Thank you so much for the work on that, Dr. Duva and others. And so then that moves us on to the school committee calendar revisions. Because of the document that we just approved, we need to update the school committee calendar, and so I'll make a motion to. I was going to do the thing before. What were you saying?
Just, you might want to talk about the timing of December 18th.
Okay, we'll make a motion to. We can just make a motion to discuss it. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Open it up for discussion. So, Ms. Lima, you had a comment for sure.
So the 11th, as we just talked about.
Yep.
And then I just wanted to confirm that the ones that we added for January, with the timing, are they our normal, like, 6, 7 o'clock ones? Yeah, okay.
Yes.
And then, did we want to talk about changing the time for the 18th meeting
Yes.
for December?
Yes. Yeah, so the 18th meeting, we have received notification that the town council will be holding a special meeting that day to appoint a school committee member, and which they are advertising for now. And so that meeting has also been scheduled for the 18th. And so in the spirit of collaboration, they are going to meet at 8 p.m. So I did want to suggest to the school committee, if possible, that we would start executive session at 5, which would have our open session starting at 6. With the expectation that we would build an agenda to be done by 7:45-ish to allow community members as well as school committee members that would want to attend the town council meeting to be able to do so. I also would like to suggest, if it is available, that we meet at the town council chambers, if it's amenable to the town council, to make that transition easier for all involved.
Can I ask a question?
Please do.
Are we able to start at 5 for the executive session, and the open session starts immediately after the executive session so that it ends early? Or is that something that we can, are we allowed to do that?
Can, yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
It just gets a little hair. I guess we could do executive session in the downstairs conference room there, right?
Yeah, there's spaces to
Yeah.
do that there. The only thing I was thinking about is knowing what we might be, like some of the items that we're going to table later on this agenda for the next meeting. Like it might be, we could.
Sure. Okay.
And I also want to make sure that I think your suggestion's super valid. I'm just trying to think of like the potential. Is that even worth it? Are we going to utilize the whole hour? And also I want to make sure that I want to respect the citizens' time and not have them have to come early if, because they would essentially have to get there
For 5.
at 5.
Wait.
Other thoughts on Dr. Juber's suggestion?
I think, like you said, I think maybe it depends. Do we have to make
Do
the
we need a
timing
full-
call right now, like for the start time?
So it says on this document that it's at the administration building unless posted otherwise. We could make the change of meeting time 7 p.m. unless posted otherwise on this document, and then that would give us the flexibility to change it for that, right? Is that correct, Mr.
Yeah.
Nancy?
I mean, I think you can change it however you need to.
Yeah. So what we could do is remove the 3 little red dots in the thing at the bottom, and then it would say meeting time 7 p.m. parentheses unless posted otherwise, and then we would just post the time that we are having for that meeting.
Yep.
And make sure that we, clearly advertise that, post on social media, etc. So no, we technically don't have to. But also, I don't know if there's, I guess we need to figure out the location and different things as well. So that would be, so I'd recommend just removing anything regarding time there and adding that, accepting this new schedule with that note there after the meeting time on the top. Any other than the change for the December 11th for the joint budget meeting with the town council?
No, that was it.
We don't have that April date yet. Do we only have one budget workshop?
We talked about having 2 last time.
Andrew, would you mind checking the policy just to see if it dictates, I know it dictates that there has to be a budget workshop, but I don't know if it dictates the number, so I just want to clarify that quick.
So you have January 30th and you have February 6th. February 6th, I mean, it doesn't say budget workshop, but it's a school committee meeting operating budget. I mean, it's pretty much the same thing. We're going to be reviewing it. So you have the opportunity on there.
Okay. I just want to make sure that it doesn't, in the policy, say that we have to host 2 budget workshops or something like that. I genuinely don't remember if there was a number stipulation, so whenever we make a change, I just want to double check it. But that's, like, I agree that there's opportunities for the school committee to give feedback and different things there.
And also February 13th. So you have, January 30th, February 6th, and February 13th are 3 meetings.
Yep.
And we have the budget approval set for February 6th just because of the deadline, but the 13th if we need to. But I know when we talked about this last, that 30th is just budget. There was nothing else going on the agenda. So you said maybe just
For the workshop, that would just, the goal is, it's not.
No other agenda items for that one.
In your lot?
Yep. Following receipt thereof, the school committee shall schedule the necessary number of school committee meetings to review and finalize the budget.
Okay, so nothing specific about workshop? Alright. Perfect. Okay. Any further discussion on the proposed school committee calendar? And again, so I would make a motion to approve it with the change to the date, including the joint meeting that we're having with the town council that we know, and then also removing the red asterisks and times and just putting after the time of 7 p.m. The language that is listed for the location. Okay. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on that? Okay, hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. Next item is update on Title IX, so I'll make a motion for discussion.
Second.
Okay, then we'll turn over to Dr. Baker.
Yes, at the last meeting, I provided an update that we didn't have any other qualified candidates for the position. And I had mentioned I was looking at other postings from other districts for a similar position like this and wanting to make some changes to it and repost it in hopes that would draw more attention and maybe other types of qualified individuals for this. And so in doing so, I did change the title a little bit to Equity, Belonging, and Community Engagement Coordinator. I took the specifics out of there regarding Title IX, because I think we're looking for a lot of different types of qualifications in one position, which also makes it harder to find the right person. And so the focus to be more on those areas. There is still a description here about helping around compliance of state and federal regulations and laws. I'm trying to remember exactly where that is under here. No, it's in here, it's a number type, we've been putting it in there. So it's not so specific to the assistance of Title IX, but to help in HR around compliance of those state laws. Also within wellness, we have a very active staff wellness committee and a group of people in this district that are committed in doing that work, and it's happening. I don't think we need another person on top of that. And I think the focus of this position could be more on the equity, belonging, talked about tonight, that presentation about the importance of student belonging, staff belonging, and as well as community engagement, someone to help with that engagement of bringing the community together and sharing information of what we're doing around the work we're doing in the district. And so I did make some changes to the job description for that purpose. One additional change that I'd also like to make that I shared with our HR director after this. This person doesn't need to be an administrator. There's no supervision of anyone within this position, and I think that will also open up the field. The person doesn't need an administrative degree. So I do need to go back and make that change, because that was something I had discussed with the HR director after I submitted this. So under qualifications, we would be looking for someone with a master's degree, high level of education, but not an administrative degree. I would remove that.
Okay, thank you. Questions or comments from the committee?
I want to thank you for revisiting this. I really do appreciate the effort that you're making to try and find somebody to fill this. I am hoping, I know we had this conversation the last time about advertising, and I know you told me that School Spring has like an outreach, but I'm hoping that we can make an effort to do more advertising than just on School Spring, and maybe reach out to different areas that we don't typically advertise our jobs in, because this is not a typical job posting. Is there a way to connect with maybe some organizations that do have a position like this and tap into their expertise on where we might look to find a person like this?
Yeah, we could look into that and see who that would be. I don't know of any examples offhand, so I would need to do a little research and look into that to see where that may be, or what organization that might be.
And then just I defer to your experience, but my only comment on the lack of it being an administrator position is if the person will have the, for lack of a better term, authority to implement any changes needed.
So they would be working under the human resource director. Okay. And I think also too, when we think of salary wise too, we could consider financially what that cost would be for the district if it's not an administrator.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I just have a couple quick questions. Just a clarification on the qualifications. Appropriate administrative license from the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education. Do we have a sense of what that would be for this level position?
We were just saying to call it.
Oh, sorry. Oh, because that's the administrative piece. I'm sorry.
So
I thought.
just be a master.
Yeah. I thought you were saying just pull out the word administrative. You were talking about no
entire.
licensure. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Sorry, I misunderstood what you said, but that makes sense. I guess my only other question is, I understand what you're talking about with the Title IX, like that the job as previously posted or as currently posted might have too many components, and that might make it difficult to have someone in there. I do just want to call out the reason that we had really put that in is because of the recommendations from our consultants regarding the importance of having someone in-house, and also the potential long-term savings of being able to do internal investigations as needed and additional trainings as needed. And so I know it's in here loosely, but just wanted to call out that that was, based on the recommendations that we'd received from our external folks that were kind of looking and helping us with that. And so, just...
So we're working with Barton Gilman now. We've talked about the website that would have resources. We're also making recordings of all of our trainings, so that way we don't have when we do the trainings, we're able to do that in-house. That way too, we're not always going to a consultant or someone else to provide that training. So we're moving towards where it's kind of like a train-the-trainer model. We went through the training, we would provide that training along with the resources that we're getting from Barton Gilman, along with the recorded videos of the training, to be able to provide that training to additional staff coming in. So we wouldn't need that in this position.
Thank you. Okay, any other discussion on this? And so I'll make a motion to accept the...
I lied, I have one more question.
So close. You just chug. Was that you drinking your Celsius at 10:25 p.m.?
Yeah, if I stop
Okay.
now,
No
that'll
judgment.
be it. I'll fall asleep here at the table. We had touched on a little bit before about money for PD that exists, and maybe we can use that, and it was separate, and Rob is avoiding eye contact with me.
Wait, this is specifically this item is about like the actual job, so is it connected to?
It is connected to this.
The consultancy that we talked about.
Yes.
Which is not on the agenda.
So can we put that on the agenda for a future meeting?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so right now the item on the agenda is just, do we want to update the job description or
Yes,
not? And so
when we say,
Yep.
assuming we say yes, this will get posted somewhere, updated and posted somewhere, yes?
It's what's written.
Yep, okay, so that's it, yeah.
And
Right. Yes, and we most certainly can.
I thought of maybe reaching out to CLE. That's another organization that does a lot of equity work, and they could possibly help us with that.
Of the thing that we're not talking about tonight?
No, of advertising.
Okay, advertising, okay.
We just went over the open meeting.
I know.
No, I see where your brain's going, but that, like, we just have to be careful. We're just
I know.
doing this piece of it, and
Yeah.
then we can talk about that and opportunities maybe at a future meeting. So I'd like to make a motion to accept the job description, this job title and description as presented by Dr. Duva, with the one change of removing bullet 2 under qualifications.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, so thank you so much, and thanks for the work on that, Dr. Duva. Moving on to the next item, employee, I'd like to make a motion to approve employee support and well-being funding request. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, and then we'll open up discussion, so I'll turn it over to Dr. Duva. Or whomever.
Sure. All right.
Okay, we'll go for Rob.
The Employee Support and Wellbeing Committee has included a statement and also a budget for the upcoming, for their request for the amount of funding that that we've discussed, which is $10,000. Much of the funding will be spent towards the April Professional Day, which is going to be dedicated to staff wellness. It's going to include the items listed here on the budget request, which were worked on by our team of people, our team of staff wellness members, and it's shaping up to be a very exciting day, where I think we're going to be really looking forward to connecting as a staff really across the district, and really just making sure that we are building those kind of relationships among our staff members, that they feel they have a voice in, and that they feel like is contributing to the kind of environment we're trying to create in the workplace.
Okay, thank you. Further questions or clarifications from the committee?
So this, and I'm all for this, I just have a couple questions. So this request has changed from their initial request, like what they're asking for the money for, so that's fine, like they pivoted their needs, but last meeting there was mention of a grant. Is that not happening or is happening?
The grant, no, it is happening. I think
Okay.
what we talked about was there were certain items that they were looking to, and I can go back and check this to make sure, but I think that we talked about certain items that were on the previous budget that they're now kind of like moving over to the grant side, like for instance, the financial.
Okay, so those things are not included in this.
Correct.
Okay, and then we had also talked about whether anything could come from the food services budget, but we weren't sure because those have to be like.
Yeah, the issue with the food service budget is that there's regulations tied to the use of those funds that are tied to students. So there's some obstacles there with accessing those funds for this.
And then lastly, do you know, just since we're heading into budget season, is this going to be an annual funding request for them? Is that something that we should be looking at?
I mean, I think, I don't want to speak for them, for the group, but I think that staff wellness is not a one-off thing.
Right.
And so I think that we've established this as something that we value. I think the group is really right on with their goals. So, yeah, I mean, I can kind of.
I think it'd be helpful as part of the budget process.
Yeah,
I think where Jen's inquiring, but also suggesting
there will be something included in the budget.
Yeah, and just to think through what those needs might be, and also
it might look different, but they will definitely be.
Yeah, like not these specific items, but a continuing budget to support this.
Yes.
Well, I think also too, and I think it's great that the committee is doing this, and that you all are working really well with them to support it. But also thinking about, like, for lack of a better word, like return on investment. Like, are we seeing, are we able to assess like how programs like this, are impacting the employees' well-being? I know, Rob, you like data a lot, but like thinking through like how do we assess this and how do we make decisions about where resources go? Because I think it's great that we're doing some things, but it's a great opportunity to kind of show the impact that can have on our workforce and therefore kind of help us justify and utilize information to share across the state as well with what we're doing here. So it's great. Any further discussion on approving this request? Okay, hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. I think it was called out when we started that one, so here we are. That might have the record for hitting the most agendas. Although the app, yeah, like it's been like a whole year. Like it's been like it wasn't summer. It was it was a joke. Okay, moving on to the next item. We need to table item H. So we will be tabling that item. Moving on to new business. Someone want to make a motion for A?
I will make a motion to appoint, am I naming the person? To appoint Attorney Soa to handle the investigation into RILS and ACLU versus NKSD.
Second.
Okay, open up discussion. Mr. Hennessy, is that the correct motion? Correct. That's okay. Okay. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. And then we already did that one, so we'll move on to correspondence.
Okay, on November 16th, Nadine Swanson requesting NK Town Council access to school financials. November 16th, Robert Jones, agenda items. November 16th, Robert Jones, RICAS. 11/19th, Rhode Island Coalition for Israel. There appears in the NKSD. 11/19th, Clarice Andrews, My Thoughts. 11/21, Rhode Island Coalition for Israel. There appears to be Jew hatred in the NKSD. 11/27, Jennifer Hoskins, Resignation. And 12/1, Sarah Boingy, I apologize, I'm sure I didn't say that right. Senior Project, later school start time for NKHS. And that's it.
Okay, thank you so much. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second? Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.